Say or type PIN code. Try again. Try again. You've spoken your PIN the maximum number of times. Try using the touch screen.
Early. So thank you for coming out. We got all kinds of merchandise there in the vendor area, including tournament shirts and patches to support all the leagues. And once again, thank you for sticking around. We're going to start at 2 o'clock.
10 minutes, just 10 minutes, and Battle on the Bank 8 will officially be underway.
When you're not using this, if you don't want it to, yeah, it's instant. On. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are scanning from starting Battle on the Bank 8 right here in Monroe, Washington, hosted by the Tilted Thunder Railbirds. Thank you very, very much for coming out. My name is Murray Grande, and at my side,
Nurse Ratchet.
all right, we're going to start off with the first game of the day. It is the number 1 seed defending champion, LA Derby Dolls, versus the originators of Bank Track Roller Derby, the TXRD All. All right, a quick run through the roster. Skating for LA is 1988, Hurt Locker, 248, Goodnight Doom, 3123, Mental Skate, 43, Bam Bam McGee, 430, Oblivion Westwood, 681, Phoenix, 777, Perfect, 787, Reconomic Stimulus, 8 a.m., Morning Wood, 85's Bell Scorcho, 888, Bionic Blitz, 90, Marina Del Rage, 9 3/4, Shady Hawkins, whoop, Stefcon 1, 80 is Ferocity, and number I is Jackie Nimble.
And welcoming back TXRD to Battle on the Bank. Skating tonight is 1034 Marty Brawl, 111 Roster Fury, 1969 Sexy Sadie, 1982 Rocky Casbah, 4 Eva, Pia Conte, 5446 Diablo, 5th Mila Jukovic, 7 Annie Smokely, B11 Rolla Parks, CEO Like a Boss, IV Cold War, James 47, Bible Thumper, Mudblood, Hermione Danger, T101, I'll be back.
All right, this is going to be a 30-minute game, 2 15-minute periods. Skaters get 4 penalties before being sent off the track. Remember, we have our league and tournament merchandise over by the main entrance at 3 p.m. The Texas section turns into the beer garden, which I don't think is going to change very much. All right, and we are just a minute or so from starting. I'm excited. Who else is? And this is being broadcast all over the globe. So thank you, everyone who's tuning in, and listening to me stumble my words early. That's the only error I'm going to make all weekend.
Right.
All right, we got 2 roller derby powerhouses ready to take that track. This is going to be like Makabe versus Ishii back at Wrestle Kingdom 8, just hard hitting left and right. We are starting off with Morningwood jamming for LA up against James 47. That is Bible Thumper. The drama, dramatic pause.
Dun, dun, dun.
Still a dramatic pause. Still a dramatic pause. All right, crowd, is up to you to end the silence. And the official timeout to
Has
start
begun.
battle on the banking. Yeah. All right, we got a functional scoreboard now. So
Take
now
two.
let's start battle on the banking. Morningwood jamming for LA. Bible Thumper jamming for Texas. Here we go. Remember, jams are 1 minute under RD sale rules. Constant forward motion at every time by every skater. Morningwood trying to fight through that pack. Bible Thumper is pinched up against the rail. Now just gets knocked down the inside by number 5. And Morningwood draws first blood, getting the first lead jammer of the tournament. Bible Thumper comes around the high side, escaping the pack as well. So now both jammers in scoring position. Morningwood hits the back, goes up, goes down, goes through, calls it off. LA gets on the board, scoring 4 points and none for Texas.
No penalties.
Next on the jam line for LA, we have Perfect. And Cold War jamming for the All-Star Army. Perfect goes up high, busts on through that wall, picking up lead jammer. Perfect just sandwiched behind that solid steel 3 wall up at the bottom apex. Perfect comes in around, gets through the pack, untouched like she's strolling through the park. Picking up all available points on that pass. Here she comes in, barely hugging that inside wall. Oh, I spoke a little bit too soon. Taking down hard to the inside, but gets right back up again. So Perfect has escaped the track. That's scoring pass number 2. Still waiting for Cold War to find an opening. She's still trying to make her initial pass. A lot of physicality in that pack. Perfect comes through again, leaving a trail of bodies in her wake as she calls it off. 15-point jam. LA's up now 19-0.
It looks like 4 Eva going to the box for Texas for a directional block. And for a stop block for LA in the box.
That means we have our first power jam of the game in favor of the LA Derby Dolls. 2-4-8. Good night dooms on the jam line for him. Looks like some more TXOD skaters being called off the track, so it's a 3-2 pack advantage for LA.
Right. Texas Jammer, Cold War in the box for cutting.
All right, Good Night Doom gets right on through at the top apex. LA doing a good job slowing down that pack, allowing her to catch up, which she does, and makes her first scoring pass.
LA doing a great job keeping those Texas blockers apart.
Here comes Good Night Doom on her second scoring pass, and once again she gets through almost untouched. So LA doing a great job of keeping that 3 wall right in line. Holding back their own blocker for a hot second, but Good Night Doom gets right on through again. That's 60 seconds. That's a jam. Good night, Doom. Able to score.
That's 111. Rasta Fury in the box for an illegal block for Texas.
That was a 15-point jam for Good Night Doom, bringing LA up 34-0.
LA down 2 blockers for the first time. Oh, one. Make that one blocker. Sorry.
Yeah, and there are only one skater sitting in the Texas penalty box, so we have 3-on-3 jam and CEO like a boss getting through, picking up a lead jammer for the All-Star Army. Oblivion Westwood jamming for LA gets out, and the pack is off to the races, just sprinting around. Like a boss having a tough time getting back into that pack, but she's sprinting through, gets up in front of that 2-wall, carls it off. Texas gets on the board with 3 points, passing 1 blocker plus the 2.
Which was the LA jammer that's in the box? 430 or 43?
Yeah, Oblivion Westwood 430.
Number 430, Jammer Oblivion in the box for LA. This is Texas's first power jam.
And they're giving the star to Marty Brawl, number 1034. Big opportunity for the All-Star Army. She goes up, she goes down. She just sees a whole lot of Bell's Scorcho. Finally gets back on the track and collides into that 3-wall. But now crouching and clawing her way along the rail. LA doing a good job reestablishing that front defense, which is almost impenetrable. Texas almost had that goat trap, but she was able to escape. So now Marty Brawl looks like
Looks like an equipment malfunction.
Yeah, she lost her toe stop, but not giving up the fight.
Oh, that was too bad.
Yeah, huge opportunity for Texas, but that heart-wrenching toe stop loss put an end to that power jam. Still 34-3 with 8.5 minutes to go in the first period.
Timeout, Texas.
I can't hear anything. Nothing.
Yeah, because I feel like we're screaming.
I'd like to thank one of our sponsors, Zico Coconut Water. Check them out at zico.com or facebook.com/Zico, or use the hashtag #CrackLifeOpen. So in the tournament play, remember we are doing the two 30-minute halves, or excuse me, two 15-minute halves for a 30-minute game.
Both teams short in this pack.
Texas down 1,
Texas down 2, LA's down 1.
And one of those down for Texas is a jammer. So we have a power jam for StephCon 1. Oh, no. Way back there. Almost in a different time zone. That's Cold War with the sprinter stance. Stefcon 1 gets through at turn 2, picking up lead jammer. Cold War leaving a trail of bodies in her wake as she just claws around. Oh! Reina Maker! 7-7-7. Perfect with that giant hit. And Stefcon 1 gets through for a scoring pass. Cold War taken on hard by Marina Del Rey. She gets right back around as Stefcon 1 gets through the pack, plays a little Red Rover with that front Texas 2 wall for scoring pass number 2. Stefcon 1 comes in again. Looks like Cold War was going for a little bit of defense. Not able to get a hit on the LA Jammer. So scoring pass number 3, and that's 1 minute. That's the jam. And 15 points for LA is now 49-3, about halfway through the first period. 1969 Sexy Sadie jamming for Texas up against 2 for a good night doom of the LA Derby Dolls. Ross Fury all over Goodnight Doom like stink on a wrist guard, knocking her inbounds once or twice. And Sexy Sadie picks up the second lead jammer for the TXRD All-Star Army. Excellent defense there on that one by Texas. Goodnight Doom finally escapes the pack. And Sexy Sadie comes into the pack hard. Claws her way back on the track to call off the jam. Holding LA scoreless, and TXRE picks up 3 points.
Each team's down 1 blocker, and Texas is down a jammer for this pack.
So on the power jam for LA, we have 888. That is Bionic Blitz, her first time wearing the star for LA. And she's already out and through and halfway back around the track. You can see LA taking advantage of the little pack there. And Bionic Blitz gets through, scoring pass number 1. Bionic Blitz tried going port to start on that one. Low side to high side, gets knocked out of bounds. Comes in front of the pack, so I think we are probably going to be trading off power gems. But that was another scoring pass for LA to put more points on the board. Yeah, two different penalties there. Picked up 2 different track cuts by Bionic Blitz. So we have the Texas Power Jam with Bible Thumper. We're in the start for the Scar Army. But Texas is going to be down 1 blocker. Make that down 2 blockers. So Bible Thumper hits the pack hard. We're going right into Shady Hawkins, taking the infield, recovers, now goes down hard on the Masonite. Bounce right back up. Almost trying to hold on to the inside line, but got stepped out of bounds. Now trying to fight one at the front of the pack. Now the pack the wall has been recovered, and LA just bouncing or Bible Thumper around like a pinball once again, hitting the inside of that top apex. Bible Thumper getting bashed and beaten left and right, but she still keeps coming right back up, not stopping, keep those skates pumping. Still trying to make her initial pass. Gets out, but taken out of bounds by StephCon 1, and the jam comes to an end.
No points for Texas there, but Bible Thumper pushed hard and fought every second. And both teams starting this jam down one blocker. Oh, make that two again. No.
Yeah, 3-2 pack in favor of Texas. Cold War gem for them, but LA's number 31, 312.3 mental skate gets through to pick up lead jammer, and also out of the back is Cold War. Mental skate coming around. Good clearing block there from Morning Wood. Jam is called off, holding Texas scoreless, and 4 more points for LA. Sexy Sadie jamming for Texas up against Bello Scorcho of LA. So we have a full contingent of skaters on the track, and Bello Scorcho gets through, picks up lead. Sexy Sadie caught behind number 777. Perfect.
Took her to the infield.
The Scorcher comes around, jukes around the Texas jammer, claws her way along the rail. First scoring pass, LA. Pick's doing a good job with that 3-wall in the back, holding Sexy Sadie and Bell Scorcho. It's the pack on her second scoring pass, coming around now, just one to beat. Gets through again, scoring again. LA with that back wall on lock. Barely enough room for Light to get through, much less the Texas jammer. So once again, they score the jam for the All-Star Army, and 10 more for the LA Riots with just under a minute to go in the first period. Like a boss jamming for Texas up against 9 3/4 Shady Hawkins.
30 dB.
3-3 back shake like a boss. High stepping around the outside, picking up lead jammer. Shady Hawkins right behind her. We're going to have a race at the back of the back. So like a boss did that power slide in the back of the back. It looks like she called it off right before LA was able to steal position from her.
Mental
3 points on the last one for LA. And this is going to be the last jam of the period. We have 3-1-2.3 mental skate jam for LA with 1 to beat. Gets out, gets through, picks up lead jammer. 10-34 Marty Brawl. Jamming for Texas. She is caught behind Morning Wood and the rest of that LA 3-wall. Mental skate making a first scoring pass. Going up, going down. Seeing a whole lot of olive jerseys in front of her. StephCon 1 coming in to help clear a path, which she is successful, and Mental Skate gets through, calls it off. Picking up all 5 points on that one, and it is halftime. Defending 2-time champion, 3-time champion, LA Derby Dolls up 79-69. to the All-Star Armies 5. We're going to take a 5-minute intermission. Remember that the beer garden will open at 3 p.m. And at that time, all open containers must be outside of the beer garden. If you're bringing in water or any other beverage, they can't be in the beer garden. Only the beer that they sell in the beer garden. And we'll take a little pause here. So thank you for tuning in to Battle on the Bank 8. All right, we have a few seconds before we start the second half. Battle on the Bank 8. Defending champions LA Riots are up 79 to the TXRD All-Star Armies 5. I remember that Texas hardly ever plays by the RDCL rule sets. They have their own brand of outlaw derby that goes on in Austin. So they're getting a few bugs worked out. LA, of course, the John Cena of Bank Track Roller Derby. All they do is win, and now they're sending out number 2 for a Good Night Doom to jam. She has a couple of B at the front of the pack. Jamming for Texas is James 4-7 Bible Thumper. And Good Night Doom gets through, gets the lead jammer. A lot of time taken up on that great blocking by Texas. But in the back of the pack, that's all steel. 4-wall holding Bible Thumper in place. Good Night Doom comes through, gets spun around. Couple of beats. She gets through first scoring pass, and also out of the pack on the initial pass is Bible Thumper. Jam called off right before Bible Thumper can hit the back of the pack, so it's going to be 4 points for LA, bringing them up 83. Texas still at 5.
It's Texas down a jammer. LA's having another power jam.
So that's 7-7-7 Perfect, who's just been a double threat, blocking and jamming, scoring big points, laying out all-star Army jammers when she doesn't have the cover, but now she is out, she is through, she is lead jammer on the power jam. Ellie doing a good job of trapping that goat there on the back stretch. Perfect's through again. Plowing her way through that pack for her first scoring pass. Perfect's through again, trying to go against that 3-wall of Texas. Going low, going high, seeing a whole lot of resistance this time. Finally jukes away around Rasta Fury to pick up scoring pass number 2. 9 points there for LA. 1 was a no pass, no penalty.
7A ejected. What's that? 7A, 7B.
So a couple Texas skaters in the penalty box, including number 7, Annie Smokley, who picked up her 4th penalty, so she has fouled out.
And Rasta Fury picking up a penalty, too.
And I see someone's in the LA penalty box, so a light pack there. That helps number 43, Batman McGee. No, 430, Oblivion Westwood, lead jammer for Texas, or for LA. Whew. Hermione Danger jamming for Texas, of that I am sure. Now Oblivion Westwood gets through, untouched, calls it off, picks up 4. Got to bear with us all weekend. We don't really have a good view of the jammer names. We have to call them on the fly. But I do see that Morningwood is jamming for LA up against Bible Thumper.
Yeah, full pack.
What?
What? Ah, full pack.
Full pack? I didn't think those happened this late in the game. Morningwood is out first ahead of Bible Thumper by just about 20 feet. A lot of physicality in that back. LA clearing the top side. Morningwood goes through, calls it off quickly, holding Texas scoreless. LA get points on that? 3 points. And 3 points for LA. Almost at that century mark, 99-5.
And another full pack. 888.
Bionic Blitz is jammed for LA, and she gets through right before turn 1 to pick up lead jammer. Cold War is wearing the star for Texas. She's going low. She's going high. She's going all over, but LA has that dominating four wall up front. Bionic Blitz hits the pack. It's taken to the inside. Hard right before the jam line.
Texas making her work.
Yeah. Rolla Parks just bashing that LA jammer left and right. Another pile up in turn 2. Bodies recovering. And the big old whip brings LA out on their first scoring pass. Jam is called off right before Cold War can escape the pack. 4-point scoring pass there for LA. Brings them over the century mark, 103-5.
Hurt Locker, number 1988, in for a directional block. And double zero. Oh, I'm sorry. And 00 Stefcon for a clockwise block. I thought.
No, because Stefcon 1's jamming. She is out. She is lead jammer. And Sexy Sadie's trying to get past that front 2 wall of LA. Stefcon goes for an apex jump, but gets cut off mid-air. Force recover. And just as quick as you can spit, she gets up. She gets through, making her first scoring pass. Sexy Sadie being taken to the rail hard by number 430, Oblivion Westwood. Now caught behind that LA 2 wall. Here's Stefcon's second scoring pass. Bashing fools left and right to score once more. Opening on the high side. Sexy Sadie almost able to get out, but not before the 1 minute expires. So one more 10-0 jam for LA.
Both teams down 2 blockers for this jam.
Bell Scorcho jamming for LA versus Like a Boss. And Bell Scorcho gets out of that bare bones back at turn 2. Picking up lead. Morgan Wood just thrusting away at Like a Boss, making her recycle on the back, on the front stretch as Bell Scorcho hits the pack scoring pass. Number 1 shakes off a couple of big old shoulders from Texas. Like a Boss has escaped the pack. So now both jammers in scoring position. Doing a good job clearing that low side. Bell Scorcho hits it. Takes some hits from Rocky Casbah. Calls off the jam. 8 points for LA. And Texas still having problems finding more points to put on the board.
Looks like a Boss racked up a few penalties in that jam. Cutting, arms. What was the other one?
Oh, there's too many for me to read.
Too many.
But that means we have an LA power jam. LA Power Gem, but a big pack advantage, 4-on-2 for the All-Star Army. 7-7-7, perfect. Jamming, making it look easy as she gets out at turn 2. LA having that goat trap. Perfect, gets through and scores a first set of points. Huge hit there from Texas. And again, one woman wall is 1982. Rocky Casbah wearing her lucky Evil Lee makeup. But that doesn't stop Perfect from scoring again. Jam clock expires before Perfect can come in again to score. So she has 10 to Texas is 0 with just over 5 minutes to go in this game.
Looks like Roller Parks and Rocky Casbah both in the box for Texas.
And the LA side is clear, so we're trading off 4-2 back advantages. 2-4-8, good night, Doom jamming once again for LA. She gets knocked to the inside. Hermione Danger almost saw an opening, but she got swallowed back in the back. That means good night, Doom is out and is lead jammer for the Riots. Good night, Doom sees Hermione Danger on the infield, gets right by her to get the lap point, and just as quick as you can spit, gets on through that pack for her first scoring pass. Ooh, and on the low side, untouched scoring pass number 2. Economic stimulus keeping Hermione Danger from escaping the pack, putting her right into the infield. Good night, Doom makes scoring passes. I believe that is number 3 for calling it off. $15 more for LA, 146-5, just under 4 minutes. Official timeout being called. So we'd like to thank some of our sponsors, Rude Chicks. Check out their derby gear at Rude Chicks. That's with an X on the end, RUDECHIX.com, or at Facebook.com/Rude Chicks. And also keeping everyone's noggin safe is S1 Helmets. Check them out at S1Helmets.com or Facebook.com/S1 Helmets.
Looks like we've got 2 ejections for Texas. 1982 Rocky Casbah and Rolla Parks, VIII.
Yeah, remember you only get 4 penalties in these half games before you are forced to leave your helmet in the penalty area. So I believe it was a Bill Scorcho jamming once again for LA. She gets through. Sexy Sadie trying to get past that LA wall. Going one-on-one on the backstretch. Oh, gets taken down to the infield by Mental Skate. That allows Bell Scorcho to catch up. Is now on her scoring pass, but she is taken to the inside, recovers, gets through. Jukes right around LB back to pick up her first scoring pass. LA has that back 4 wall on lock. Sexy C trying to find an opening. And on the second scoring pass is Bell Scorcho. Texas finally escapes the pack. And jam is called off.
It looks like another 2 ejections for Texas. Number 111, Rasta Fury. And 1969, Sexy Sadie.
All right, so that means we also have an LA power jam. 888 Bionic Blitz. Ooh. She's out of the pack. She's lead jammer. Bionic Blitz is scoring once more. I'm just going to sing 80s cartoon theme songs for the rest of this game. Bionic Blitz, second scoring pass. She just hops around turn 4. LA has that 4-2 pack advantage, and it shows they're just able to hold Cold War back, slowing the pack to a crawl, allowing Bionic Blitz to make her scoring pass number 3. And after 1 minute, Bionic Blitz puts 20 big old points on the board. So that means 174 LA Riots to 5 for TXRD, and a quick official timeout while we get ready for last jam rules. That means when there is a minute or less left on the game clock, any penalty committed by a skater, she will be whistled off the track. If there is no jammer on the track, or less than 2 blockers from each team, from either team, the jam will be called off. If there any time remains, we will have another jam under last jam rules. So last jam, it doesn't mean the very last jam. It just means near the end.
LA really dominating this game, as is expected for the returning champions.
So 4:30 Oblivion Westwood gem for LA. She gets lead jammer. Hermione Danger wearing the star for the All Scars gets pushed up against the rail force recycle. Texas does have a 4-2 pack advantage. But LA doing a great job keeping their blockers at the front of that pack. Keeping Hermione Danger in check. She gets knocked to the inside, and here is Oblivion Westwood for scoring pass. Texas is out. Oblivion Westwood getting knocked around by like a boss, able to stay on the track. Calls off the jam as the game clock expires.
8 a.m.
So since we're under last jam rules, the refs are going to talk amongst themselves before giving out the scores of that last jam.
And there was one ejection from LA, 8 a.m. Morning Wood in that last jam.
So we'll make sure the I's are crossed and the T's are dotted, the coaches are talked to before we give out the official game results. But if I was a betting man, 4 points there scored by LA, brings them up. No, 5 points, 179 to 5, and officially drawn first blood at Battle on the Bank 8 is the LA Derby Dolls Riots.
Do you say when you'll see them again?
So that means LA is going to be back on the track at 6 p.m. playing the winner of the next game between Orange County and San Diego. And make some noise for the TXRD All-Star Army. They will be skating again tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., taking on the loser of Orange County versus San Diego coming up at 3 p.m. Remember, if you're in-house, the grandstands on the back, the beer garden at 3. So if you're going to stand there, make sure you have your IDs ready and have no outside containers. If you're watching somewhere on the internet, thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a great game. It's going to get better as the weekend goes along. Thank you. Until the Thunder Railbirds and Battle on the Bank 8.
beer garden. The beer
run through intros during the first jam.
All right.
All right, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into the roller derby action. As game 2 starts underway, let's go ahead and run through lineups sitting on the San Diego.
Up on the jam line for San Diego, we got 1022 Heartland.
No, go through the whole roster. Run the whole roster. Run the roster.
Also skating for San Diego, Injurina Jolie, Rose Anthrax, Andrel Brower, Psycho Bra, Nova, Boo La La, Cupcake Kaboom, Bo Toxic, Slamurai, Rider Hard, Christy Bull, Ballistic Bomber, and Hit and Run. Coached by Karen Bout Nothing and bench managed by Tsunami.
And over to the Orange County Psycho Ex-Girlfriends. Number 0 is Hells. Mills. Number 10 is Kino Wine. Number 10 foot is Go Thrash. Alex 105 is Phoenix in Song.
Am I on the right fucking team? Yeah, I'll see ya.
Number 28 is Killing the Track. Number 34, Bambi in the Headlights. Number 414, T-Bird. Number 50, Miss Vicious Appalicious. 505, Just Be Nasty. Number 54, Guillotine. Number 68, Machine Gun Jubles. Number 76, Sister Mary Margarita. Number 89, Maisie Nailstorms. Number 978, The Freak, coached by T-Dog, and the bench manager is Boo Radley. That is going to be your Orange County Psycho Ex-Girlfriends.
Up in that first jam, San Diego Wildfires took a 2-0 lead. Now jamming for the San Diego Wildfires, 1-8-2 Nova. And our lead jammer is 505, Just Be Nasty for the OCRG Psycho Ex-Girlfriends.
Both jammers out of the pack. Psycho X's are going to enter the pack first. Takes a move on the top side of the track and calls the jam off before San Diego can enter the pack. Good strategic call off there. That is the term I like to use. One and done. Take that 1 point, take it to the house. Make sure that other team doesn't get anything.
Absolutely. Next up on the jam line for San Diego, we have
28 in Orange County.
Killing the Track for the Psycho Ex-Girlfriends and
Slamurai for San Diego.
Thank you.
chirp of the whistle and the jam is underway. Both jammers on the top of the track trying to get through. San Diego's out first. Lead jammer, slammer ride for the San Diego Derby. Excuse me, San Diego Derby Dolls.
Why is it Wildfire? It's Wildfires.
Yeah, the team is the Wildfire, the league is the Derby Dolls.
That's true.
That sounds about right with me. We'll go with that. Either way, what we got going on right now, some good roller derby action. One girl left to beat for the San Diego Jammer in the front. Takes a big hit, trying to pull her out of play. She does, forced to let her go. Out the front of the pack is San Diego. Points on the board. This is going to be a points pass as well for Orange County, I believe. I might be wrong on that. San Diego coming back through, works the bottom of the pack. Yet again, one more girl left in the box. She wants that one last point. Makes her move around it. Good job.
San Diego's back to blockers, keeping killing the track at the back, making it very tough to get through, allowing their jammer to come through as well and score some points.
I'll tell you what I appreciate at watching roller derby at this level is the difference of the game plays that teams are playing. In the game before, you saw a whole lot of four-woman defense, all four on defense, jammers playing solo. San Diego had a really good take that jam. They had 2 and 2, 2 helping the jammer, 2 playing offense, 2 playing defense.
Absolutely. All right, up on the jam line for the Psycho Ex-Girlfriends, we have 34 Bambi in the headlights going up against 1022 Heartland for the San Diego Wildfires. San Diego's got a 15-point lead, but we're going to see what the Psycho Ex-Girlfriends have to say about that as Bambi in headlights pushing up against those front two. And she is the first jammer out of the pack and has lead jammer status. 1022 Heartland trying to go up against the back wall of OC, having a little bit of trouble, pushing her way through.
Lots of bodies getting hit around the track. Remember, when you got derby on this high of a level being played, there are going to be some bodies. There's action everywhere. What we do have is both jammers out. Unfortunately, one is lead jammer, and that lead jammer did call the jam off. got into a foot race. She's going to take the 1 point. In that scenario, the 1 point is 5. But take it to the house. No points for the opposing teams. Line back up. I love how quick this goes. Whistle's going to be blown here shortly, folks. Good roller derby action going the first half of the second game of the tournament.
10-point lead for the San Diego Wildfires. They have 1-8-2 Nova on the jam line going up against 0 Hells Mells. Both jammers right in the middle of the pack, pushing, fighting. Hells Mells up against the top 2 of San Diego, gets knocked to the outside.
And San Diego's going to try to make a move on their own. Got the jammer in the front. She's clear. Lead jammer. San Diego.
That's how I get. That's all good, man. You're good. I know. I fucking love this shit, bro.
And the Orange County jammer just having a hard time. Hells Mells to the front of the pack. Pulls the out of play. Too little, too late. The opposing jammer has got back into the pack. She's scoring points. Hells Mells is coming around. She's going to force her to call the jam off. She does so. Points already have been scored, though. Folks, we got a really good roller derby game going on. I hope you all are paying attention.
That is going to be Slamurai and something it's not Hell's Mells again. 505 just be nasty.
And going to be that's going to be Just Be Nasty. Jamming for the Orange County on the front of the pack. Trying to fight through the wall in the front of the pack. Getting through. Trying to get through. Got the pivot left to go. Pivot lets her go. Orange County lead jammer.
San Diego's jammer gets out of the pack. She's trying to catch up to OC. OC's jammer, 505. Just Be Nasty, pushing her way through the front two. Slamurai gets to the back of the pack, putting pressure on Just Be Nasty to call that jam off.
And that was good pressure applied at the correct time. Just Be Nasty was in the front of the pack, fighting to get out of the pack. If she didn't get that pressure applied from the back, she would have had enough time to get free, get out, and collect more points. Good play by both teams on the jam.
Bambi in the headlights jamming for OCRG, going up against Heartland for San Diego. Both jammers been on the jam line before.
I was about to say, I believe we've seen this exact same matchup, and I don't believe it went very good for the Orange County jammer last time. Bambi in the headlights working through the backpack. Both jammers. There's one thing that I've seen different here at this tournament than I've seen elsewhere is how slow and how intense the pack is at the very beginning of the jam. Usually I see the packs fire off and kind of fill everything out. No one's really leaving the pack very quickly. Good feet by the San Diego jammer. Got to give it up. Working real hard. Heartland. San Diego has brought some pretty top-notch jammers here today, folks.
Looks like San Diego is down their jammer.
And this is going to be our very first power jam.
We will see how Hells Mells does for OC on their very first power jam of the day.
And I'm looking for San Diego to put out a very big penalty kill. I've stole this term from hockey. It belongs in roller derby. When the other team is on a power jam, you have to kill that jam. No points for the team on the power jam. But San Diego is not going to have a very good, not going to do very good killing this jam. Hells Bells already free and clear, coming around the pack. She's going to enter pack. Power jam points going to get pulled on the board. One for the one she passes coming up. One girl for every girl from here. That's 4 in the pack and a 1 in the box. 5 points on the power jam. The Orange County is closing the spread.
Hells Mells goes down, tripping up on her own player in the middle of the pack, trying to push through those front 3 of San Diego, letting her blockers catch up a little bit. Nice footwork. Gets pushed out by San Diego, 870, and the jam is over.
A quick round of applause for the power jam.
Also, a quick round of applause for Hilliard's Beer some of Seattle's best beer, www.hilliardsbeer.com.
Or go ahead and hashtag Hilliard's Beer. Buy one and bring it to the announcer booth, please. Thank you. I don't know if I can have free drinks up here, but I'm going to try.
No, sir, you cannot. But you can go back to the beer garden, which is behind the large grandstands on the other side of the track from us. You must have your green wristband on.
Look, I'm not going over there. I heard there's some really rowdy people from Texas over there. Yeah, we get a little rowdy.
You know what I just noticed, Deez? We have a 1-point game. Orange County takes the lead 20-19.
Where I'm from, we get a little excited when we see a lead change. Lead change. Your new leader at the end of the last jam. It's Orange County Roller Derby 20, San Diego. A slippery little 19. Okay, power jam. That power, penalty kill. The penalty kill is still in effect. It is in effect for Orange County this time. Nova skating the power jam. Nova takes the rail to the top side. Free and clear. One body on the ground and one girl in the beat in the front left the beat. Nova is working, trying to get through. They're going to have to split the pack, forced to let her go. Lead jammer Nova.
Orange County is down to just 2 blockers, trying to go up against the 3 blockers of San Diego and the Power Jam.
Just to be clear, 2 is the least amount of skaters you will ever see on the track at one time. At any given time, if a 4th player is issued a major penalty, she will sit the following jam. We cannot skate with no less than 2 skaters on the track for any given team.
And you see San Diego slowing it down. They're letting their jammer go low. Little mini apex jump. Very nice by Nova.
Yeah, that's the swag apex jump. This is going to be a swag jump. Let's see where it goes. It goes on the top side this time. Back and through. You can't do that, folks. Let's be simple with this. When you're playing roller derby and it's a power jam, it is your job as the team on the defense to keep the pack speed up.
And we have another lead change now, 34-20, San Diego. Let's hear it, Wildfire fans.
15 points in the last jam by San Diego. 15 points. We have a Slammerai.
Going up against 505, Just Be Nasty for the Psycho Ex-Girlfriends.
I'm sorry, someone put a question mark on the teleprompter. Slammerai? Okay, it is Slammerai. Slammerai is jamming, and it is going to be 05. That number is correct on ours.
Just Be Nasty.
Just Be Nasty. Who, me? Okay.
Slammerai takes the lead jammer status. However, Just Be Nasty is also out of that pack.
Yeah,
You
back
see
to the
the-
action on the track.
Slammerai goes low, keeps her feet in, calls it off. Beautifully called off jam.
And as happens in roller derby, you get a lot of girls committing to a lot of big hits. Every now and then you whiff. When you whiff, you might need a second to regain yourself. Thankfully, Chillatine is more than okay. Is that her name? I didn't see her name. Fucking says Chillatine on that one. She's not fucking on here. Is that a Chillatine? Oh well, whatever.
Looks like we may have an official timeout or there's a
I tell you what.
official review.
If you're in Washington and you're hungry, Alfie's Pizza, alfiespizza.com. It is right on Route 12 in Monroe in Washington. Delicious pizza, everything you could ever ask for. All I want is a little extra cheese, just some extra cheese on the
Oh, they
pizza.
got cheese. You are extra cheese, my friend.
You know what? If this is the first time you're announcing with me and you haven't realized I'm a little bit of cheese, we're going to have fun this weekend, big guy. Don't worry about it. And then let's go over to Fast Girl Skates. FastGirlSkates.com. Anytime that you need anything for a woman that skates, go to FastGirlSkates.com.
Want to know a little secret about Fast Girl Skates?
What is that?
They are the first brick and mortar derby store in the world.
Brick and mortar derby store. Okay. Is that a San Diego term? Is that mom and pop? What the fuck is brick and mortar? Okay. Heard, understand. And back to the extremely slow action. It's not necessarily slow in action. It's slow in speed. But the speed is picking up. The action is picking up as well. Number 28, trying to get through the front of the pack, takes a small spill, not able to stay on her feet. That's killing the track. But she's back up, killing the track. Lead jammer.
Looks like San Diego has one blocker in the penalty box, but that doesn't stop Nova from getting out of the pack as well. Killing the track. Lead jammer calls it off, and she comes up to the 2-wall, knocking her down from San Diego.
Your score is 38-2. Points will be scored for that jam. It's 38 to something. 38 to 20 at the end of the jam. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left of the first half of play here. I keep on wanting to say Seattle, Washington. I want to say House of Derby. Because we grew up in House of Derby. In Houston, we rocked House of Derby. But House of Derby can still be House of Derby here. So right now at the House of Derby, we got number 34 for the Orange County Roller Girls.
That would be Bambi in the headlights.
Jamming, and she's lead jammer as well.
Bambi in the headlights, lead jammer. San Diego out of the pack with their jammer as well. Boo La La takes the low side. She might have got a point before they call it off. We will see.
That's really close to the one and done. That's why we.
They did not. They did not.
So a successful one and done by the Orange County Roller Girls. By one and done, I mean none and done, but still nonetheless, no points on the board. A very successful jam. The lead that is up to 18 was not extended. Therefore, you're doing pretty good. Good roller derby action, folks.
Hells Mills on the jam line for OCRG taking on Nova for San Diego. Hells Mills takes lead jammer.
Nova not too far behind.
We got San Diego. Seems like they're trying to slow it down a little bit. OC speeds it up. Nova takes over as lead jammer.
They tried to set up a quick move, but I don't know if Hells Bells just called the jam off a second late, which I guess is what happened. She tried to get there and call the jam off, and she just got blown by on the bottom.
Looks like we got a couple points for OC, but 3 points for San Diego, taking a 41-22 lead. Slamurai now on the jam line for San Diego, taking on Just Be Nasty for the OCRG Psycho X Girlfriends.
Yet again, this matchup, again, I have a feeling this is going to be a constant we're going to see this game.
Both jammers fighting through that pack. Slamurai up to the front, one person to beat, and she does and takes on the lead jammer for San Diego.
That was not a free pass on the bottom of the track for her, although with a little bit of resilience, she got through. Coming back into the pack is Slamurai, catches just a giant wall, big pile up on the ground in front of her. Slamurai goes to make a move, comes up, finds the walls, got to help her up there with her. She's got a little bit of traffic to get through now. Slamurai, 2-wall in front of her. Can she beat it? The other jammer is out, but that was not a points pass. She's still got to come around if she gets points. Slamurai forces the 20-foot, forces the let go, and collects the points. Good job, Slamurai. Resilience in bunches in that jam. Good job.
All right, up on the jam line for San Diego, we got 10-22. Heartland going up against number...
Killing the track, number 28.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, both jammers in the back of the track. Pat killing the track, finds the first gap, but there's a lot of bodies on the ground, a lot of bodies getting hit, and a lot of bodies named killing the track, and the other jammer out. We got a foot race on our hands, and she calls it off. Ooh, I almost got excited.
And I see zeros on the clock, so that should take us to halftime. We will see what points were scored, and we will get an update going into halftime here.
Points in that jam. If they are, they're going to be added on after the fact. We're going to go ahead and end it right now. The score at the end of the first half of the second game of the Battle of the Bank Track 8 is 46-22. San Diego Wildfires in the lead.
We'll be back in 4.5 minutes. Grab yourself a beer now that the beer garden's open. Head over to the merch booth. Grab yourself a t-shirt, hat, sticker, patch, whatever you want. They all got it.
And when you get that beer, go back to the beer garden, the back bleachers over here, right underneath the scale board. You can see directly in front of the announcer's booth, way back over there. That is where you're allowed to have your favorite adult beverages inside this building. You can have them outside. You just can't bring outside ones inside. And if you have one inside, you need to be sitting in the beer garden.
"15 seconds to Derby. San Diego leads 46 to OC's 22, but we got 15 more minutes. This is anybody's game.
Now, I'm just going to give everyone a quick reminder. The second jam of this game was a 15-point jam by San Diego. 15-point jam by San Diego. So when you look at the scoreboard and you're going, okay, obviously, Fatty, it's a 24-point game. There's no way they're going to bring this back. It's not going to happen. You're smooth, just incorrect. 15-point leads come and go with ease within a single jam. in roller derby. And watch, as I'm saying it, Orange County captured lead jammer.
Hells Mells as that lead jammer for San Diego. Boo La La gets out of the pack, doing what she can to keep that 15-point jam at bay. But Hells Mells ain't having nothing to do with it. Going low, calls it off before Boo La La can get to the back of the pack.
Boo La La is a very quick skater. Take notice, these San Diego jammers, they skate a very good apex, and they skate it very, very tight and very fast. They're very good trained speed skating jammers, at least what I've seen from San Diego at this point.
We got Just Be Nasty skating for OC going up against Nova for San Diego. Nova pushing up against the front of that pack. San Diego's front wall doing a fantastic job so far, keeping her back.
Blocker play at this tournament thus far has been spectacular.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Simply spectacular, folks.
Nova comes across as lead jammer for San Diego. Just Be Nasty. Trying to get past those front two of San Diego.
They forced to let her go, but too little, too late. Nova coming around the back of the track, stumbles up. I don't know if there was a trip or not. She's back up, back at the back of the pack, taking a path across the bottom. 3 blockers in the front. Calls off the jam. 1 and done. Take it to the 2 and done. Take it to the house. No points.
Is that no points?
No points for Orange County.
San Diego down a blocker for blocking out a play. They're going to be 1 blocker down. Looks like OC's full on with a full pack there. And they have number 28, killing the track, going up against
number 1022, Heartland.
Both jammers pushing out that track. Heartland gets out first, though, and as your lead jammer, killing the track, trying to push through, going up against 215. Oh, knocks down the blocker for San Diego and gets out of the pack as well. She is not lead jammer, though.
No, but she definitely made that pivot pay for trying to engage her at the front of the pack. Heartland comes to the pack, collects her 4 points, and calls the jam off. Your score, 52-25, 3-point increase. Your score is now 7-point spread. We're going to keep a close eye on the spread of this game. It is still well within reach, but as the time clicks down and the score clicks up, it starts to get a little more out of reach.
We got Slamurai coming out as lead jammer for San Diego.
I tell you what, after all the spills on the track right there, whichever jammer stood up first was going to be lead jammer.
Absolutely. Bambi and Headlights out of the pack as well. Slamurai gets knocked to the inside by OC's blockers.
The 2 on
She's
the
going
front.
around as well. Oh, calls it off before Bambi and Headlights can get to the back of the pack and score any points. This is quite the rough and tumble bout we got here.
I'm telling you, man, I love roller derby. I played football for 13 years. 13 years I played the rough and tumble sport of football, and there is nothing I love more than to watch these girls and play roller derby. The one thing we are going to experience this game
is an official timeout.
What that means is penalty challenge blue. I don't want to ring my own bell, toot my own horn, but if I may, I'm the only coach in Southside to remain undefeated through penalty challenges.
That is an impressive feat, my friend.
No, what's more impressive is the referees I've won them under. Cherry Punch, I love you. And then we had a Babs.
Do you know what is even more impressive?
What?
What about Seattle Cider Company? Those guys are awesome. Check them out on Facebook at facebook.com/Seattle Cider Co.
And when you think cider, we want you to think
Beer?
Seattle, but
Seattle?
it's okay.
I'm learning this game. I don't understand it yet.
It's okay. What you do is you try to talk with each other and not sound too terribly ridiculous. The one thing I do want to say that I've seen a lot, and I'm going to ask, what's the deal with Starbucks? I'm joking. Don't explain it. If I asked that here, I'd be a horrible person.
He sold the Sonics and we hate him?
It's okay. You know what? At least I told you I'm from Texas and you didn't ask me where my hat was. Although I do have boots and a ranch, so I mean, you know, you try not to live into the stereotype, but yeah, every now and then you do. Stereotypes I don't like talking about. What I do like talking about is roller derby action. The roller derby action we got going on right now is incredible. This is, if you're watching online, for the online folks, welcome to the Battle of the Bank Tracks live stream. We're going to be sitting here on and off, rotating announcers for y'all all day long. We're going to keep up with the tournament. We got announcers live for every game throughout the tournament as they are broadcast live. Really entertaining. My first time to be online. I'm going to say it's the millions and millions of people watching all around the world.
It is my first time as well. It's very exciting. We have exciting roller derby
You know what?
all day.
I'm glad we could experience our first time together. But aside from that, let's get back to the roller derby action going to be playing out there. There's none. It's still a timeout.
They are not ready.
The referees, on the other hand, are figuring out, it seems like they might have come to a conclusion, which I'm more than willing to bet it's going to be penalty stand.
Most likely. We shall see. We do not know for sure, though.
No, that's why we allow the challenges, because no is not guaranteed, even though it's a bunch of women folk trying to tell us what to do and doing a very good job of doing so and playing their own sport. There's nothing we like better than roller derby and penalty challenges and San Diego. Did you notice that we've had our California block already? It's California block.
We have.
California teams all in a row.
You know what I noticed being from Seattle is that everybody from Arizona and San Diego and everyone else looks like challenge lost.
They have
Penalty
wonderful tans,
upheld.
right?
Well, you guys brought the sun.
We brought the sun. Someone brought the sun. We definitely didn't bring it from Texas. We've been having if you haven't known, there's been a monsoon in Texas. It's actually been some pretty bad flooding going on. We don't want to make light of the situation, but luckily where I'm at, it wasn't too bad.
That's good. That's good.
Luckily.
All right, we are back to Derby, and we have Hell's Mel's with the power jam for OCRG. However, San Diego's back forward, doing a good job, knocking her to the inside, not letting her through the pack quite yet, slowing it down, making it tough.
San Diego is going to fight this penalty kill the whole way through. No jammer on the track for them. They've burned up about 25 seconds of the clock, and the jammer is not even getting out. Jammer is finally out. 25 seconds burned off the game clock. She's going to have about 30 seconds to gain some speed and enter the pack. Pack is going slow. That works really good for her if she can get a good head of steam and a good line as she goes to enter. Makes a quick move, touch and go, makes a move, still fighting to get there, gets pushed onto the inside. Very hard to get through that pack when it's skating that slow.
San Diego's front three doing a fantastic job. Oh, we have a panty pass. The star has been passed to the pivot, who is still behind those blockers for San Diego, doing a fantastic job. And that was the best penalty kill we've seen all day.
That was the truthful definition of a penalty kill. They did exactly what they needed to. They burned the jammer for 30 seconds before she even got to the front of the pack. And then they squished her once she started trying to get some big points put on the board. Although 3 points go up on the jam, your score 28-56, 28-point spread, 9.5 left.
We got Heartland jamming for San Diego, going up against Killing the Track. However, Heartland takes out as your lead jammer, Killing the Track out of the pack as well.
And we got a foot race. Let's go, jammer on jammer action. First jammer into the pack is going to be San Diego. Does the right move, jumps up, collects some point, calls it off. San Diego is playing against the clock now. They're in the lead. They need to maximize their point scoring opportunities and minimize the time that Orange County has to score.
All right, we've got Bambi in the headlights jamming up against 182 Nova for San Diego Wildfires. Looks like both teams have a full pack. This should be some good derby right here.
Nova has been quite relentless, jamming this whole game. Enters the front of the pack and lead jammer Nova for the San Diego Wildfire.
Wildfire. I gotta quit that shit. Wildfire.
Bambi in the headlights out of the pack as well, while Nova is in the middle of the pack, and she calls it off before Bambi in the headlights can get to the back, score any points. Smart Derby calling it off, letting them extend that lead. That is the most important thing for San Diego at the moment.
Those who are watching that understand this game, this is very good prime strategy being played by San Diego. Prime game management played the whole game by them. I do give them props for that.
San Diego with a new jammer on the track for the first time tonight. 0-3 hit and run. She's going high. She's pushing up against the back or the. Oh, and hit and run.
Beautiful move on the top side of the pack. Pirouetting on one leg to spin back around. Gets through the top side of the track, and she is lead jammer. Again, San Diego. They're going to, I'm assuming they're going to try to burn every second on this clock. Orange County's not like they're looking like they're going to get put.
Orange County's jammer 505 sitting up against the back of two San Diego blockers. Just Be Nasty just keeps getting knocked to the inside of that track. Trying hard. Getting to the front now. Hit and run. First time on the track for San Diego, doing a fantastic job. Looks like she gets through that pack one more time for another scoring pass. Ticking those seconds off the clock.
And that's going to be 5 points on the board. The 1 point for passing
10.
the. Ooh, 10 points scored.
I'll never try. No. If you cripple on the because
That is 10 points on the board. We have seen so many 10-point jams at Southside. We've taken the term Grand Slam away from the 5-point jams. Now a Grand Slam is 10 points. So that is going to be the first time I'm going to call this a Grand Slam on the board for San Diego. 10 points.
Timeout, Orange County. They got about 6.5 minutes on the clock. They're going to strategize a little bit, come up with a plan.
You know what? And if I'm Orange County, I'm going to do the same thing. You need a new strategy. You were doing very, very good until about the last 3 minutes. Orange County has not put up a point in the last 3 jams. Not to their own fault. They're skating very, very well. San Diego has literally tightened up. They just got tight. And once that pack tightens up, it's really hard to find a spot to get through it. Although Orange County can still do it. There's still 6 minutes left in the game. 6 minutes. 43-point spread, but realistically, 43 points. We just had a 10-point jam. We've seen a 15-point jam, the second jam of the game. That's 25 points in 2 jams. This lead is not a big lead. This game is not over by any means. What is over is my thirst, because I quenched it with Seattle Cider Company cider. You like that?
Love it.
Beautiful, okay.
All right, we are back to Derby here. We do have a power jam. OC's jammer in the box, allowing for
Okay.
10:22 Heartland to have the power jam.
Basic roller derby gambling 101. This is going to be a 1-minute jam. This is going to be a 1-minute jam. It will never be anything more than a 1-minute jam. They're always going to make this a 1-minute jam. If you're in the lead and you have a power jam and you're trying to burn the clock, you're going to skate 1 minute.
You're going to skate the whole time. Have to.
You're going to. It's funny when you start seeing teams at this level, because we don't see it on the interleague play. The teams playing against the clock kind of gets lost because they're too caught up in playing each other. The teams we have playing here now are playing at such a high level. They're aware of the clock, and they're aware of clock strategies. And that's what makes this really, really different. That's why the game seems so much tighter.
Absolutely. You see a nice play by Heartland there. Gets pushed out of bounds. The blocker goes with her, so she takes advantage and goes right back onto that track.
Correct. Even if you knock her out of play, if you remove yourself from play, she doesn't have to get in behind you. Good call. And good work.
Took that full minute off the clock there by Arizona and Heartland. And 9 points on top of that, extending their lead.
Up to 80. We're not going to say it's getting away from them, but we're going to say it's going to be getting close to doing that. Orange County is going to be looking for some jams. And if I am coaching for Orange County, I am skating 1-minute jams as well, because if I'm scoring points, I am not calling it off. I need as many points as I can get.
Absolutely. Hell's Mel's trying to get those points for Orange County. Stuck in the back, though, just like you said about San Diego tightening up. Their back three are not letting Orange County's jammers through.
And you can't really blame it. Once you get on this level of roller derby, the jammers really got to figure out they've got to be able to do on their own.
Absolutely. Looks like Nova figured it out, and she is your lead jammer for San Diego. We got Hell's Mel's out of the pack, too.
Nova takes a spill as she enters the back of the pack. Good block thrown on her. She's trying to go high. Doesn't get their calls off the jam and prevents a little bitty spill from herself. Either way.
2 points for San Diego on that last jam, extending their lead to 64. We've got number 28 killing the track on the jam line for San Diego. Sorry, for OC, going up against Slamurai for San Diego.
Now, I truthfully believe this when I say it. Orange County, they look like they can sit out here and play all day long. They look like they've just running out of time this game. There was a really big run made by San Diego. Orange County tried to weather the storm. It was just too big of a storm to weather. The points came up in too big of a bunch too quick.
And it looks like Slamurai is going to add to those points as she is the lead jammer. She is moving around the track, killing the track, still trying to get through that back wall of San Diego. Still tight, still strong, doing their job, allowing Slamurai to get through on another scoring pass.
And a pass the panty. And a pass the panty attempt and successfully attempted. Phoenix did get knocked out of bounds when she collected the panty. Now she is pivot converted to jammer, jamming around the pack. She is not lead jammer. She's still going to try to collect points, but the story of this jam is Slamurai. Slamurai fought through the resilient pack in the front, was able to get out and able to hold the lead jammer position the whole 60 seconds.
You don't see the panty pass in bank track as much as you do in flat track, but it worked in this situation. They did call it the jam before, but they passed it. She got through and put the pressure on Slamurai to call it off.
Well, we're seeing these packs tighten up, and when they tighten up, everyone kind of gets bunched together. The pivot, if they're slick enough, they can find a gap in the front of the pack where all they've really got to do is reach back and grab the panty from the jammer. That can be locked in the back of the pack. As soon as they got possession of it, they can take off the front of the pack. They just got to make sure they put it on their head before they enter to collect points.
We get a chance for OC to score some points here as Bambi and Headlights is in a power jam, which makes her the lead jammer. This is their chance to get some points back. 2 minutes left in this game.
I'm looking for 10 points here. This is a 10-point jam. This is what we need if you're Orange County. Jammers enter the pack. 3 blockers in the back. Orange County has a goat. They just can't keep the pack slow enough. San Diego is doing a good job of recognizing their speed when one of their players gets goated and adjusting correctly to prevent the 20-foot out of play. Pass the panty. Panty not getting past. Jammer trying to get through. It just so much time running out.
We had an attempted panty pass. It was dropped. It was picked back up by the jammer for OC.
Okay, let's clear that back up. If the panty pass is attempted and dropped, that panty is to only go back to the jammer, I believe. Once the panty's dropped, I don't believe the pivot can pick it back up and put it back on. It goes directly to the jammer. So a failed pass the panty doesn't mean it's no jammer. It just means the original jammer stays jammer. As long as they got the panty on their head. Because I do believe they won't get any points unless they get the panty back on their head.
That is correct. You have to have the panty to score the points. Hell's Mel's 0-0 for OC. Getting out of the... That's your lead jammer. OC's got less than a minute. Trying to score some points. Trying to make up a little bit on the difference.
Folks, this is a pride jam right here. This next jam, last jam of the game. I'm going to ask y'all like I ask everyone at our building. Let's make some noise throughout the last 60 seconds of the final jam. Carry it on for them as they... Well, you know what? It was going to work out really good until the official timeout. But we'll try again after the timeout.
All right, this is our last jam.
Special last jam rules.
Last jam rules
Last
mean
jam rules do apply.
they do. For those of you that
Okay.
don't know, if there is a penalty, you are called off the track. If the jammer is called in a penalty, they are called off the track. If there is time left on the clock and both jammers are called off the track because of penalties, we will have another jam.
And I believe if you major onto a jammer, it's reskate. There's a reskate rule in last. We'll get clarified with Team Ref. We're going to make sure that we get the last jam rules clarified and announced. The next time me and Fatty LaBelle announce, which will be
In 2 hours.
2 hours. We're the odd man group over here. We're going to be raking the mics at 3, 5, and 7 o'clock tonight. 3 games for Coach D's tonight. 3. Whew. I'm okay. I ain't got no problem with it.
Just call us the odd couple. Looks like Nova gets through that pack, calls it off with 0 seconds on the clock.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask for a final round of applause for your winner, San Diego. One more jam. One more jam. Okay, folks. No, back to your seats. The way this works out is there's 1 second on the clock when the jam ended. We cannot end a game in the 1 second in between jams. We got one more jam. And now, 4 more jams?
4 points.
1 jam, 4 points scored last. Line it up. Now let's do it. Let's make some noise. A round of applause. 60 seconds. 1 more jam left to go. 1 more jam. As soon as they get on it, let's give them some love. 60 seconds of love is all we need. 60 seconds of love for our Derby girls who just committed themselves to the game you just saw. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's hear it for them, folks. Give them a round of applause.
You got 105 Phoenix jamming for San Diego. It's her first time jamming tonight, even though she did take the panty pass earlier in the bout, and she is the lead jammer. Trying to get some points on the board for for OC. San Diego trying to speed up the pack, trying to keep OC's jammer at bay. Oh, we had another panty pass for San Diego, and it looks like Boulala trying to get the panty on her head. She does. The jam's called, and that is our game.
I'm not live.
That concludes the second game of the Battle of the Bank Track 8 tournament. Your advancers to the winner bracket, San Diego Derby Dolls, advancing to the losing side of the bracket is going to be the Orange County Psycho Ex-Girlfriends. Orange County. Imagine that, the Psycho Ex-Girlfriends lose.
And according to the bracket we have here, looks like the winners of the first game, LA, will now take on the San Diego Derby Dolls. And in the first game of the losers bracket, TXRD will now take on the OC Roller Girls Wildfires.
A little bit of California love going on in the next round of the bracket. We're still on the first round of seeding for the advancement of the tournament, folks. We're going to go ahead and turn the microphone over. Your next announcers for the game coming up is going to be Tilted.
The hosts of the Battle of the Bank 8, your Tilted Thunder Railbirds,
And the Pan Jersey Roller Girls are going to be announced by
Tiva and Bulldog. We'll see you guys on the next time around. Thanks, D's.
Thank you, Fatty. I'll see you at 5. Folks, we'll see y'all later. Stay beautiful. Remember, if you drive real fast with your lights off at night, the police can't see you.
seed TTRB versus number 6 seed of PJRD. And skating for TTRB, we have .08 sobriety test, one hit wonder, Billy Ray Siren. 1019 is Bad Wolf. 111 Smoldering. EMB 120, Hammond to Bone. 13 Creep Suzette. Route 2 Square Ruthless. 211 Taekwondo. 27 Carbon Dioxide. 29 Jean-Claude Van Damzel. 294 Flogging Molly. 32 Jackie O. 33 Slammy Sweetheart. 5 Terror Hoedown. .506 Melee. Subject 503 MK Ultra. 501 is Slaughterhouse. 808 Caddy LaBelle. N20 Crows of the Clown. N7 Shadowbreaker. They are coached by James and managed by Tripsy Daisy. And for the She Devils, we have 00 Glitz and Slam. 1000 Shell Shock. 12 is Croyan Crusher. 13 Mercury. 1313 Mullen Munster. 1337 Bexy Rexy. 15 Sawbones. 1798 is Misfortune Cookie. 3000 Monster. 350 Ginger Shred. 40 Make You Wink. 48 Rex Manning. 52 Stella Threat. 53 Classy Chassis. 5, 6, 7, 8 Beatrix are 4 kids. 65 Fonda Dixon Shoes. 93 Kelly Kapowski. Coached by General Ledger. Managed by Nurse Ratchet.
Hello. That was
Hi, Bulldog.
check, 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 check. Check!
Can we get another one? Eventually.
Is this, yeah.
Well, this guy's a master. He doesn't need rosters. But thank you. Now, this is Penn Jersey's second time coming to battle on the bank. Tilted Thunder's 5th, I believe. 3rd time. Thank you for correcting me. You know, it is good to know that someone's listening to me, even if it's just the coaches. Did I give you? My philosophy on commentating has evolved since the last time we met. So, did I give you your tickets? No, you sure didn't. So, oh man, now I made you rip them off. How dare you? Damn it. Well, those two are mine. Damn it. Did you mention the seating? Yes, I did. I don't. Yeah. All right, Tilted Thunder is in the red and purple. Penn Jersey in the black and the red. And jamming for Penn Jersey, we have 3000 Monster.
For Tilted Thunder, we have MK Ultra number 503. So clear.
Slow moving back. Both jammers hitting the pack hard. Great Walls. Looks like some Penn Jersey blockers are going in the outfield. We have both jammers out of the pack with Monster ahead by a nose.
It is a foot race into the first scoring pass. Tilted Thunder establishing a base in the front. But MK Ultra able to get all the way through, calls off the jam. 1 point for Penn Jersey. Wait. Did I say that?
Yeah, until the Thunder held scoreless on that one.
All
But looks like they have a big opportunity because it is a power jam and pack advantage. Munster picking an arms penalty as well as Mullen Munster. So N7, Shadowbreaker's got the power jam for Tilted Thunder. She goes low on a out inside. Pick up lead.
Is a power jam. Shadowbreaker off to the races. Now the pack's slowing down. Tilted Thunder has a go. They've got Misfortune cooking. No, sorry, that's Stella Threat knocked to the inside. And there goes scoring pass number 1. Shadowbreaker up to the front. Croydon Crusher and Kelly Kapowski unable to stop her. First scoring pass goes well for Tilted Thunder.
Kelly Kapowski had a big hit earlier in that pass. Holding Shadowbreaker back now. She comes back around again this time. Juke move around number 12, Croydon Crusher. Scoring pass number 2. If you're in the beer garden, that's going to be a drink at the end of the jam because I guarantee we're having a lead change. And 7, Shadowbreaker, hop, skip, and a jump around turn 2. Scoring pass number 3. Calls off the jam. Hit the slot machine because 15 points there for Tilted Thunder. Taking the lead with authority, 15-1. Five, 6, 7, 8. Beatrix 4 Kids jamming for the She Devils.
No, that's Misfortune Cookie, number 1798, jamming for Penn Jersey. Up against Honey Badger, number 32 for Tilted Thunder. Up to the front, bounces off a shoulder check from Fonda Dixon Shoes. Gets out of the pack. She is now in lead position.
And Tilted Thunder does have a 4-on-2 blocker advantage. Misfortune Cookie finally gets through the pack, and here is the Honey Badger.
Honey Badger gets half the pack knocked down when she hits it, and she gets an easy pass, calls off the jam. No points for Penn Jersey. And eventually, and it is 5 points for Tilted Thunder.
Both teams down a blocker in the pack. Billy Ray Siren, her first time jamming for Tilted Thunder.
350.
Against 350, Ginger Shred, who takes a little trip to the infield. Force recycle back behind Melee once and twice. Oh, and so does Billy Ray's Siren going around.
Ginger Shred having trouble staying on the track. Creep Suzette all over. Now moves up to the top rail. Bursts through. Billy Ray Siren of Tilted Thunder trying to sneak through the same pack, but held in there. That is by Kelly Kapowski guarding that upper rail. And here comes Billy Ray Siren still on her initial pass. Ginger Shred hits the pack on her first scoring pass.
Billy Ray Siren finally escapes the pack. Ginger Shred going one-on-one with team captain Creep Suzette, who puts an end to that trip through the pack. Ginger Shred gets swallowed back inside. Sees Billy Ray Siren coming in hot around the bottom apex, calls off the jam. And we're going to have a timeout called by the officials.
Where are the points? 2, 3. Okay.
Ginger Shred was able to pick up 3 points on that jam. All right, when we get started, it's going to be a Tilted Thunder power jam. Both teams are going to be down one blocker. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Wicked Skatewear. Check out their wares at wickedskatewear.com or facebook.com/wickedskatewear for the best custom uniforms and derby apparel. No, it wasn't OTO. Oh, it's because there's a totem. All right, the reason for this official timeout is there is the rarest of birds in the game called a totem, where both jammers have picked up penalties and also multiple blockers from each team have picked up penalties, so there's no room in the penalty box.
Both jammers in the box and both teams have the full penalty.
Two or more blockers.
Two or more blockers, and then what is the rule? I mean, normally if there's two blockers, two jammers on both teams get a new jammer, right?
But this time, so there's no room.
Oh, right, because if they took off the caps,
If you block
they big blockers, so.
Basically it's like 3 blockers, so there's 2 muskets.
Right. Oh, so they have to skate. They don't just take a blocker out and have to wait, sit out and serve for the next one. Oh, okay.
Okay, so there are skaters on the track who are going to have to sit out the next jam because not enough room on the penalty benches in center track.
And what is the totem cap?
Never heard that. All right. A lot of confusing stuff going on. I do know that Crows of the Clown is jamming for Tilted Thunder. Up against 48, Rex Manning.
So we've got a 2-on-2 pack. Crows of the Clown runs, gets past Classy Chassis, picked up at the front by Stella Threat, but up the inside lane,
Every day is Rex Manning Day. If you just believe, number 48 getting out, lead jammer for Penn Jersey. Crows of the Clown taken to the rail at the bottom apex, still struggling to get around. Finally sees it opening at turn 1.
am I really...
Rex Manning gets through, picking up some big old. Four points were picked up there by Penn Jersey. They also got a couple penalties on there, including their jammer. They are challenging this. So we'll have the results of that in just a few moments as the coaches plead their case to the head ref.
What'd you do, man? I don't know what's going on. What'd you do, man?
I set my fat ass right here. Unless.
Hello. Hey.
Do I have my mic back? Yes, I do. All right, we get some few little kinks to iron out early in the tournament.
Y'all didn't have to stop playing on our account.
But what would roller derby be without a mistakes rearing their ugly heads at the worst possible moment? All right, so the referees are conferring on the backstretch for that official review.
Yeah, this is Fatty's first time ever working a soundboard, so naturally.
Dear everyone watching this on the internet, that horrible sound was brought to you. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I forgot who I was going to say. Anyway, hey, roller derby is not happening because of the official review.
Once again, this is game 3 of day 1 of Battle on the Bank 8, 2015. This is Tilted Thunder Railbirds, seeded number 3, against Penn Jersey Roller Derby. They are seeded number 6 in this tournament. The winner will move on to the quarterfinals. The first will suffer their first elimination in this double elimination tournament. But right now we are in the middle of our first official challenge. That challenge made by Penn Jersey.
I'm going to wager has something to do with their jammer sitting in the penalty box. All right, the referees have ended their discussion. They're now telling the results to the head coaches. All right, the official review was on a Penn Jersey penalty. The call on the track stands. So Tilted Thunder is going to have a 4-3 pack advantage with the power jam.
And this is actually one of the regular exciting events, the race. The race for position in the start positions.
Yeah, that's one rule change I never liked because it ended the skater dance-offs on the track. All right, so Shadow Breaker number N7, power jam for Tilted Thunder.
Yep, Shadowbreaker dipping to the bottom of the track, runs into Croydon Crusher and Shell Shock. They hold strong. Billy Ray Siren trying to bust up that 2-wall. Now Shadowbreaker dropping in, reaches out, grabs Bad Wolf, whips herself around, and gets out of the pack.
A lot of time being taken off the jam clock thanks to the strong Penn Jersey defense. Now Tilted Thunder trying to get that solid steel 4-wall in the back. Here comes Shadowbreaker going 1-on-2. Back gets extended out. Fonda Dixon Shoes has to let her go. First scoring pass for Tilted Thunder.
That was a potential 5-point pass first time around. Now second scoring pass. Fonda Dixon Shoes can't stay on the rail. Sorry, Shadowbreaker dips underneath. Shell Shock falling down, trying to get in her way, but Shell Shock completes 2 scoring passes. Potentially 10 points, waiting for the official score report. And it is full 10 points for Tilted Thunder Railbirds.
Rematch of the first jam with Munster jamming for Penn Jersey up against Subject 503 MK Ultra of the Tilted Thunder Railbird All-Stars. This time Penn Jersey has a pack advantage 3-on-2.
A 3-on-2 pack advantage for Penn Jersey, but MK Ultra rips right past Mullen Munster. Last line of defense. She is in lead position. Monster ducks past a fallen Smolderine, completing her initial pass, and will not give up the jammer point on this scoring pass, but MK Ultra rides the rail, ducks to the bottom, runs into Mullen Munster again, who does not let her pass, but she calls off the jam. No points for Penn Jersey this time around. And 3 points for the Tilted Thunder Railbirds.
Slammy Sweetheart got a pair of failure to reform penalties, so Penn Jersey has another pack advantage, this time 4-on-3. They're sending 1798 Miss Fortune Cookie to the jam line up against captain of the All-Stars, Creep Suzette. Up, timekeeper's coming on the track.
Official
again,
timeout.
Flexing for the NSO gun show. So we are playing two 15-minute halves. Just about halfway through the first one, with Tilted Thunder up 32 to Penn Jersey's 8.
I'm pretty sure this is not a totem. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Very astute, Bulldog.
Now we've got Slammy Sweetheart sitting in the penalty box for Tilted Thunder, whereas right now, although it is an official timeout, things can change. But right now, Penn Jersey will be at full strength in the next jam.
Remember, in these half games, you only get 4 penalties before facing expulsion. We saw that come into effect in the first game where Texas lost a whole lot of people late in the game.
Yes, also in the half game. Normally you would get 3 timeouts and challenges, but only 2 in this half game.
So as I said earlier, Miss Fortune Cookie versus Creep Suzette on the jam line.
And no one else, no new faces in the penalty box, so still 4-on-3 pack advantage. Creep Suzette putting up a little bit of defense against Miss Fortune Cookie to start with. Miss Fortune Cookie runs in, breaker, stumbles, but hangs onto the rail, and she's gonna curl up into a ball and drop to the back of the pack. But Creep Suzette driven back there as well by, that was Fonda Dixon Shoes again.
Every Penn Jersey blocker is on Creep Suzette. That allows Miss Fortune Cookie to blast through the front of the pack at turn 4, picking up lead. Jammer now sprinting around. Creep Suzette pinched up against the rail. Has been passed by Miss Fortune Cookie on her first scoring pass. Goes up, goes down, goes past Bad Wolf for the first scoring pass.
Bad Wolf wasn't able to close the door. Miss Fortune Cookie does complete the first scoring pass. Creep Suzette getting out of the pack now, but has already given up a 1 lap to Miss Fortune Cookie. So that was a potential 5-point pass. Now Miss Fortune Cookie hits the back a second time. Just slips right up to the front. Not clear at this point whether she got past Bad Wolf. Only 2 points on the second scoring pass. 7 points total. 7 points total for Penn Jersey, but that takes a little bit of a bite, a little nibble out of that lead Tilted Thunder's built up so far.
Next up on the jam line, Ginger Shred for Penn Jersey up against Badger for Tilted Thunder.
5-on-5.
Holy moly, we've got 5-on-5 on the track.
Both jammers looking for the rail line, but now Ginger Shred drops to the bottom. Runs into Smolderine and Taekwondo. Smolderine makes contact. Holding her in the back, bracing herself against Carbon Dioxide, and Taekwondo drives Ginger Shred down to the bottom, out of bounds briefly, but Ginger Shred comes back in clean. It looked like to me. Hard to tell sometimes. Honey Badger.
That 4-ball dropping some hard times on Honey Badger, but she is bad, and they know she's bad, so she gets through. She gets lead. Jammer. Ginger Shred also escapes the pack as well, so we're having a foot race to the back of this 4-on-4 pack.
That was a key block by Crozo the Clown, sweeping Kelly Kapowski out of the way, allowing Honey Badger to get through. But now Honey Badger on her second scoring pass. Has a pretty clear line along the rail. Gets about halfway through the pack. Calls off the jam. So I'm only... Okay. Yeah, he looked like he was making up his mind. But 2 points finally reported in for the Tilted Thunder. Nothing for Penn Jersey.
Smoldering of Tilted Thunder All-Stars in the penalty box for an arms penalty. Shadowbreaker jamming for them up against Rex Manning of the She-Devils.
Both jammers were shoulder to shoulder briefly now. Classy Chassis slams Shadowbreaker into the rail. And that buys time for Rex Manning to get out first. But Shadowbreaker now chasing her down. Closing the gap. Rex Manning forced to call off the jam. It's a scoreless jam.
Yeah, Shadowbreaker turning on the afterburners there.
That's some speed, man.
Yeah, and Tilted Thunder timeout being called. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Tilted Thunder's up 34-15. Remember, we got a great selection of food trucks right outside the front door. Check them out after this game before you watch Arizona and Southside. I gotta say, I am very happy to see Tilted Thunder skating right now because this track has been in storage since September when we lost our practice space. So great to see the All-Stars, everyone else from TTRB skating again on the bank track. They've been pretty active playing RDCL rules at Linwood Bowl and Skate.
All right. Ham on the bone and Glitz and Slam.
When they're allowed to take the track again, bolting down a blocker.
And Munster. Number 111 Smolderine taking the jammer line for Tilted Thunder in the red. Against number 3000 Munster in the black for Penn Jersey. 3-on-3 in the back. There's the first whistle. Munster taking the high road. Smolderine taking the low. But she is repelled by a double team. Croydon Crusher and Kelly Kapowski working their magic at the back of the pack. But Smolderine has some magic of her own. She gets through. Just slips through. Cuts her way through and gets out first. She's in lead position way in the back. Monster has to re-enter at the rear and now getting lapped by Smolderine.
Smolderine, she is a powerhouse skater, but very, very agile now going on with that Penn Jersey 3-wall up front on her first scoring pass. Gets knocked to the inside. Monster right behind her. Remember, this is Tilted Thunder's first scoring pass. Penn Jersey has yet to escape the pack.
Croydon Crusher crumples up at the bottom of the track, taking Smolderine with her. Smolderine making a gesture with her hands. Yes, and she's calling off the jam. Monster does get out of the pack at the last second, but does not come anywhere close to scoring position. So no points for Penn Jersey. Anything?
4 points picked up by Tilted Thunder there. Although Smolderine did commit a low block, that means Miss Fortune Cookie has the Penn Jersey power jam against a 3-3 pack.
But we do have a power jam for Penn Jersey. Miss Fortune Cookie knocked out of bounds, but she is the only jammer on the track. Gets by Ham on the bone. Getting a little help now from Mullen Munster, but up front, Creep Suzette and Bad Wolf double teaming her. Creep Suzette rides her to the rail, but she jukes inside. Gets caught by Bad Wolf. Actually, Bad Wolf pinching her against her own teammate. So that was a creative play.
Now Bad Wolf and Ham and a Bone have that front wall on lock. Miss Fortune Cookie taken down the inside, goes all the way back around the pack. But since it's RDCL, it's fast moving. They never stop. It doesn't take that long to recycle. Tilted Thunder has reestablished their front wall up front. Miss Fortune Cookie dodging a hit from Creep Suzette. still cannot get past Bad Wolf and Ham on the Bone.
Still containing Miss Fortune Cookie in the back. Not going to complete her initial pass. No points. A perfect power kill by Tilted Thunder.
All right, with nobody sitting in the penalty box, we have Ginger Shred versus Crozo the Clown on the jam line. Big old collision of bodies on the straightaway. Crozo the Clown still on her skates, gets through the low side of turn 2, picking up lead jammer.
Ginger Shred caught in that pile up on the straightaway. Now taking a run, still on her initial pass. We got Taekwondo and Carbon Monoxide guarding that upper line. Ginger Shred having to squeeze past her own teammates. Still a threat at the front of the pack. And just gets out of the pack as Crozo the Clown completes her first scoring pass.
Looked like Crozo was going to try to fight for that jammer lap point, but calling it off. So 4 points there for Tilted Thunder.
So good effort by Ginger Shred. She saved her jammer point. Only gave up the 4 points. Did not give up her own personal jammer point.
Rex Manning versus Hammond the Bone against second 5-5 jam in a row. Rex Manning clawing her way against the rail, picks up lead jammer with Hammond the Bone behind her by about 40 feet.
First time jamming in this game for Ham on the Bone, number 120. And again, this is actually the second time Rex Manning has had to call it off. The last time it was Shadow Break, but this time Ham on the Bone chasing down Rex Manning and forcing the call off. No score in that jam.
And that's going to end the half with Tilted Thunder up 42-15. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Go check out the food trucks if you're of age. Go check out the beer garden. If you're online, go to fastgirlskates.com and check out all the great derby gear and accessories and clothing and whatnot they have for sale there. And stay tuned for more Battle on the Bank. Railbirds, number 3 seed at 42. Penn Jersey Roller Derby She Devils, 6 seed with 15 points. Not insurmountable odds, especially the way Penn Jersey's been playing, just tossing around skaters left and right. Two skaters from Penn Jersey are going to be sitting in the penalty box to start off this half. That means Tilted Thunder has a 4-2 blocker advantage. They are sending MK Ultra, the gem line, and Monster wearing the star for Penn Jersey.
4-on-2 pack advantage for Tilted Thunder. MK Ultra ducks down to chase Monster through the pack, but both skaters held back by Billy Ray Siren. But Billy Ray Siren takes down Monster, opens the door for MK Ultra, who gets out first, and she is in lead position. Monster breaking out of the pack. A little help from Beatrix of her kids and Mullen Munster. But MK Ultra is going to hit the pack first. On her first scoring pass, splits right through the center of the pack. Mullen Munster, the last line of defense, unable to stop her. And she calls off the jam. No points for Monster of PJRD. And there it is, 4 points. 4 points for the Tilted Thunder Railbirds in jam number 1 of the second half or quarter or 15 minutes.
Beatrix are for kids gets an arms penalty. Tilted Thunder once again has a pack advantage 4-on-3. Shadow Breaker on the line for the All-Stars against Miss Fortune Cookie for the She Devils. TTRB has that back wall on lock, and with a hop, skip, and a jump, Shadow Breaker gets through at turn 1 to pick up lead jammer.
I think she used Creep Suzette as a bludgeoning instrument to open up that inside lane. Get out, and there goes Miss Fortune Cookie completing her initial pass. Will not be giving up the jammer lap point this time. Shadow Breaker calling out commands to her teammates. Rides out of bounds with Fonda Dixon's shoes. Runs up, caught at the top of the track by Classy Chassis. Not going to get all the way through, but will pick up 2 for Tilted Thunder.
So I see 1 TTRB All-Star in the penalty box. Looks like that's all there's going to be, so... Team timeout called by the She Devils. Looks like we got some penalty issues to figure out. We're coming up next is going to be the number 2 seed Arizona Derby Dames versus Southside Roller Derby.
But this is the first team timeout taken by Penn Jersey. In the first half, Tilted Thunder took 1 team timeout, so both teams have 1 timeout and 1 challenge remaining. But so far, only 33 points separating the 2 teams. That is not an insurmountable lead. Still almost 13 minutes remaining in the game. However, Tilted Thunder, of course, coming in as number 3 seed, is favored in this game over Penn Jersey, coming in seed number 6.
Also, Tilted Thunder with a 1-hour commute to get here to Monroe versus Penn Jersey traveling the entire width of the continent. I'd like to thank the Evergreen State Fairgrounds for providing this great hangar for us to set up the track. Have a great battle on the bank so far. We got 2 games in. They've both been hard-hitting barn burners. This one, no exception.
So
Okay.
we'll have 2 blockers in the penalty box. That's Creep Suzette and Melee for Tilted Thunder. So a 4-on-2 pack advantage for PJRD. MK Ultra versus Rex Manning for Penn Jersey.
Rex Manning goes down on the low side and quick as you can spit, gets lead jammer for Penn Jersey. MK Ultra caught behind number 12. It is, Penn Jersey doing a great job just establishing everybody up in that 4 wall.
That was Sawbones' last line of defense, number 15 for Penn Jersey. But MK Ultra just getting out of the pack ahead of Rex Manning. Rex Manning completes her first scoring pass, still in lead position. Potential 4 points, not 5, because MK Ultra got it out in time. MK Ultra cautiously hits the pack, rams into Mullen Munster as Rex Manning goes for scoring pass number 2. MK Ultra knocked out of bounds, has to recycle to the back of the pack, but Rex Manning knocked out by Honey Badger. This time slips up the outside and is chased out of the pack by MK Ultra, but Rex Manning still in lead position.
And Rex Manning definitely has faith in her blocker advantage of this, now calling it off as they get to the front stretch. So 4 points for Tilted Thunder. And 9 points for Penn Jersey. Nipping away at that lead. It is going to be 52-24.
That was a +5 for Penn Jersey. We've got number 32, Honey Badger, in the penalty box for Tilted Thunder, and number 15, Sawbones for Penn Jersey. 3-on-3 in the pack.
And we got N7 with some heat in her skates, getting through, picking up lead jammer. Ginger Shred being taken to the infield by Bad Wolf. Now going on the back of the pack. Billy Ray Siren, last line of defense for the All-Stars. Now Shadow Breaker plowing through on the high side for her first scoring pass.
Emma DeBone catching Ginger Shred on the outside. Now Bad Wolf ushering her out of bounds, but steps out of bounds herself. Ginger Shred able to step back in. But Shadow Breaker, it almost flies through the pack. Almost actually caught air just with the wind of her body. You saw her entire body lifting. Only one skate on the ground. But it goes ahead and calls off the jam. That was... Did we see a score? 9 points. That was a grand slam +4 on the second time around. 61-24 now. Tilted Thunder still in the lead.
First time on the jam line for Tilted Thunder is Slaughterhouse 5'1", going against Monster 3000 of the She-Devils. Slaughterhouse getting pinched by that 4 wall at the front of the pack. Monster sees a Tilted Thunder 2 wall, trying to play a little bit of Red Rover.
Monster up front, caught by Taekwondo, slips a shoulder check from Crozo the Clown, and gets by. She is in lead position for Penn Jersey. Penn Jersey in the black, Jersey Tilted Thunder in the red. And there is Slaughterhouse 5'1", still just trying to get into the pack. Caught by Croydon Crusher, and now getting lapped by Monster. Half the pack falling down in turn 1. There's Crozo the Clown and Carbon Dioxide. Crozo the Clown with a shoulder check takes Monster down. Monster's going to keep on going.
Ref down, take a drink. As Monster's first scoring pass, Slaughterhouse still having a tough time maneuvering through that solid steel Penn Jersey defense. Gets taken to the inside. Here is Monster around on scoring pass number 2 as the jam clock expires. That's going to be a big chunk of the lead taken out.
Did you just say 10, or is he still deciding? Or 7?
7 points picked up by Penn Jersey. So it's 30-point game now, 61-31. And it's also going to be a Penn Jersey power jam.
Misfortune Cookie up to the front. Bad Wolf, Ham on the bone, and Creep Suzette. Creep Suzette, the only one to make contact. Misfortune Cookie ghosting through the pack. She is, of course, the only jammer, also called the jammer. Only jammer. First scoring pass for Penn Jersey. Moving up the bottom of the track. Caught by Ham on the bone, coming around turn 3. Ham on the bone slams her against the rail, but she recovers nicely, barely even phased.
Misfortune Cookie going in, going out, port to starboard, covering all lanes on this first scoring pass. So the Thunder doing a good job on defense despite being down 3-4 in the pack. Penn Jersey trying to establish that back wall. Bad Wolf going for a hit, but does not connect. Ham in the bone sure does. Taking Misfortune Cookie down hard to the Masonite on her second scoring pass. Six points picked up by Penn Jersey.
8. Change to 8. Change to 8.
Make that 8. Make 8 points on that. Ooh. So we got 2 blockers sitting in the penalty box for Tilted Thunder, Bad Wolf, and Hammond of Bone, who picked up her 4th penalty. So number EMB 120 is out of this game.
And now Tilted Thunder was 33 points ahead just about 4 minutes ago. Now only 22 points ahead of Penn Jersey. So Penn Jersey's made up 11 points in just about 4 minutes.
Remember, Tilted Thunder is the number 3 seed coming out of last year's tournament, but as I said earlier, this track has been in storage for nearly 9 months. So it's interesting to see how the All-Stars are able to get back on, get used to skating on the bank track again.
You keep saying that, and people are going to start worried that they're going to just start falling through the track. I think the track is held up. It's in perfectly fine shape, just in case you were getting worried. I'm sure you weren't, but...
Yeah, I also announce pro wrestling, so I'm prone to hyperbole.
Solid steel track? No, there's actually...
I will break you if you steal my catchphrases again.
No, I think it's actually Masonite, not...
And that was also the last penalty picked up for Bad Wolf, so we have 2 Tilted Thunder ejections, expulsions, whatever the correct term is. I always get yelled at for saying the wrong one. You're bad girls. Very, very bad girls. Apparently, I'm the heel for this game. I tell you, Gorilla, these humanoids don't know what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Is that okay for you?
Oh, no, that Bad Wolf has not earned her last penalty. I can't read the note underneath that, but I'm...
Yeah, your thumb was over the third word. Oh, and now it's all smudged. Okay.
Okay, so Hamidabone has earned the last penalty. Bad Wolf still in the game. Referee's talking to the coaches, so there might be an official review. And this extended timeout is brought to you by Rude Chicks. That's RUDECHIX.com. Also, check them out at Facebook.com/RudeChicks. Thank you for sponsoring Battle on the Bank 8.
Did you tell her she sucks?
Now, it is 4 penalties for a foul out / ejection / kick out / challenge. What's going on? So, okay, that's Ben Jersey doing their unofficial challenge. However, 4 penalties and you get kicked out by any other name. But right now, Bad Wolf at number 3. That is the official word.
Okay, action is back. There was a challenge on the points on that last one by Ben Jersey. The points stay on the board. It's still 61-39.
Rex Manning, number 48, jamming for PJRD, and a fresh face on the jammer line for Tilted Thunder. Melee, number 506, gets shouldered out of bounds by Shellshock. Now Rex Manning up front, one-on-one with Honey Badger, gets out, but right behind her, Melee. So now it is, again, Rex Manning getting chased down and now overtaken by Melee. A little bit of defense by the Penn Jersey jammer, but they're still racing. Penn Jersey's Rex Manning knocked down, ran into her own teammate Shellshock, and that took her down. And that means Melee now in control of the clock, calls off the jam. She's going to get a partial, will not complete the scoring pass. No points, though, for Rex Manning.
First lead jammer change of the tournament, I do believe. 3 points there picked up by Melee. So Tilted Thunder extending their lead out now 64-39. They're sending Billy Ray Siren to the jam line. Up against number 12, Croyon Crusher. 5-on-5 on the track. Nobody in the penalty box. Everybody's trading numbers with everybody else. Lots of hard hitting as the jammers trying to find some room. Croydon Crusher goes one-on-one, but creeps through that, finally absorbs that hit and gets through on the backstretch to pick up lead jammer. And out of the pack is Billy Ray Siren.
Croydon Crusher, first time on the line for Ben Jersey, making a name for herself, but the pack is racing around. They have really picked up speed, but Croydon Crusher catches up on her first scoring pass right behind her. Billy Ray Siren knocked out by Classy Chassis of Ben Jersey.
Yeah, Billy Ray
both-
Siren tried to dive through that pack, but was taken down hard to the Masonite. And Classy Chassis taken out. Blue Siren. It looks like Cornell Crusher was taken off the track, finally coming up on the steps.
That means she comes back in at the back. Billy Ray's Siren takes over as lead jammer, calls off the jam. So that was pretty spectacular. Croydon Crusher was in the lead, but actually got taken completely out of the track. You don't actually see that too often. Or I don't. But that's 3 points for Tilted Thunder.
It looks like Billy Ray Siren picked up a penalty on that diving attempt. So it's going to be a Penn Jersey power jam. Huge opportunity for the She Devils with Miss Fortune Cookie wearing the star.
But that was no points. 0 points for Penn Jersey. Here we go. Miss Fortune Cookie facing down the 3 wall. MK Ultra makes contact. Caught also by Slammy Sweetheart, but MK Ultra holding her against the rail. She fights her way free and get caught by Slammy Sweetheart. She's at the back of the pack once again.
Miss Fortune Cookie pinch between Slammy Sweetheart and Smolderine. MK Ultra comes in to add her hips to the blocking wall. Miss Fortune Cookie's first scoring pass is being...
If I'm not mistaken, this is only the second power jam given up by Tilted Thunder, and the first time they had a perfect power kill, no points scored. But this time, Miss Fortune Cookie does break out of the pack, but they took a lot of time off of this power jam. Only 60 seconds in the jam. And now the pack speeding up. Smolderine, MK Ultra, and Slammy Sweetheart going to make Miss Fortune Cookie work for every point, but she catches up just at the end. She gets past, well, may have gotten past Smolderine, looking for the score, and she does. +2. No, she gets 2 points on the track, 1 ghost point, so 3 points. Oh, wait. Oh, no, or was that 2 ghost points? I miscounted. That's right. She got past Smolderine and got 2 ghost points for the Penn Jersey skaters. Sorry, it was a blocker and a jammer. I just figured it out. Murray. Blocker and a jammer in the penalty box.
A little reminder, unless you are an official or photographer, please stay at least 3 feet from the track. In case there's another flying skater that comes out, it is for your own safety. Unless it's for high fives at the end of the game, then you can come up. But until then, 3 feet away from the track at all times, please. The winner of this game will face the winner of the next game later tonight, whether it be Southside or Arizona. All right, so I see Smolderine in the penalty box without a helmet. That means she has fouled out. Behind her are a couple Penn Jersey blockers. 3-2 pack advantage for Tilted Thunder. Slaughterhouse 501 jamming once again for the All-Stars up against 48 Rex Manning of the She Devils.
Second time jamming for Slaughterhouse 5'1". The first time she got shut out. This time rips straight up the center of the pack. Rex Manning still on her initial scoring pass. A little help from Fonda Dixon. Shoes gets her around the outside only to get caught by Creep Suzette. Creep Suzette keeping her in the pack, but runs out of room. Rex Manning gets a free pass. Will not give up the jammer lap point, but there goes Slaughterhouse 5.1. Big whip from Creep Suzette. Takes her careening out of the pack on her first scoring pass.
Both jammers now in scoring position. Slaughterhouse calls off the jam before Rex Manning can hit the back of the pack. So that is going to be 0 for Penn Jersey and 1, 2, 3, 4 points for Tilted Thunder. 71-42 with 2 minutes and change to go.
Fonda Dixon Shoes of Penn Jersey in the penalty box. So 4-on-3 pack. Tilted Thunder at full strength with the advantage. Ginger Shred facing off against Crozo the Clown on the jammer line.
Crozo the Clown going for a little bit of defense there now. Puts on the afterburs with some help from Slammy Sweetheart. Gets past, gets lead. Jammer Ginger Shred taken to the inside. Sees a Tilted Thunder 3-wall.
Ginger Shred back and forth up and down the track. Gets counter-checked by Slammy Sweetheart. Now lapped by Crozo the Clown. Crozo the Clown brought up short, but Carmen Dioxide trying to break up, trying to screen out that 3-wall, but Crozo the Clown knocked out of bounds.
Clutch block there by Beatrix are for kids. Shutting down Crozo the Clown. She is still trying to get her way past that 3-wall of Penn Jersey. Finally, jam is called off before Ginger Shred can hit the back of the pack.
She took a quick glance over her shoulder and saw Ginger Shred coming. Calls off the jam. But she will get all 5 points. A full grand slam.
No penalties on that last one. We are taking a quick official timeout while we get ready for last jam rules. Remember, anytime a minute or less is left on the game clock, it's last jam rules where if a skater commits a penalty, she will be immediately whistled off the track. If both jammers are off the track, that means the jam is called off. If a team has less than 2 blockers on the track, that means the jam is called off. If there is any time left, we will have another jam under last jam rules. The most I've seen is 4.
All right, and don't worry, the non-skating officials are breathlessly working to correct the period clock.
There's going to be 57 seconds left on the official clock. Tilted Thunder is up 76 to Penn Jersey's 42. And this is the way we like to see it, 5-on-5. Shadowbreaker jamming for the All-Stars. Monster jamming for the She-Devils.
And that high crossed arms means this is under last jam rules. Less than a minute remaining in the game. Monster versus Shadowbreaker, shoulder to shoulder against each other. Monster for Penn Jersey trying to cram her way into the pack, but MK Ultra and Creep Suzette locking it down at the rear of the pack.
That pack is just one single solid mass of undulating bodies. Shadowbreaker now trying to crawl her way against the high side. Finally goes low, gets taken down hard by 1,000 shell shock. And finally sees an opening at the top apex. Lead jammer Tilted Thunder. 53 of the She-Devils being whistled off the track for an arms penalty. Classy chassis. As well as Billy Ray Siren for the All-Stars. The Shadowbreaker has made a scoring pass. She is coming back around again. Goes up high, gets on through. That's going to be the jam. That's probably going to be the game. Of course, because we are under last jam rules, the referees confer to make sure every point is tabulated correctly, give the teams a chance to make any challenges before announcing the score. All right, 5 points picked up there by Shadowbreaker and the TTRB All-Stars. That means they take the game 81-42 and advance to take on the winner of the next game, whether it be Southside Roller Derby from Houston, Texas, or the Arizona Derby Dames from Phoenix, Arizona. And make some noise for the Penn Jersey She-Devils. All right, take a little bit of time to go check out the food trucks, go check out the merchandise and our vendors. Be right back here for Arizona versus Southside.
All right. Welcome back. Game 4. Of the National Bank Track Roller Derby Tournament held right here in Washington, where Game 4 is Southside Roller Derby playing against Arizona Hot Shots. Starting with your Southside Roller Derby girls, direct and in pink from Houston, Texas, is number 4, Paula Creamer. Number 8, Dolly B. Rotten. Number 10, Demon Spawn. Number 42, Trauma Queen. Number 56, The Icebox. Number 74, Skate Charmer. Number 101, Booty Vicious. Number 127, Violent Viking. Number 206, Joy Division. Number 300, Dictator. Number 317, Wreck and Roll. Triple 3, Triple X. 629's Crash and Burn. Number 721, Mojo. And number 3352, Texas Slammer. Coaching is Kamikaze, and your bench warmer is Cherry Punch. Bench warmer, bench manager, Cherry Punch.
All right, in the gold and navy representing the Arizona Derby Dames, Hot Shots. 0-0, Novocaine. Number 1, Ellie Mayhem. 1/3 T, Abby Arsenic. 1677, Hella Rude. Number 2, Goody Goody Blood Drop. 616, Craven Cadavers. 623, Hollywood. Number 669, Nikki Badass. Number 7, Deadly Limbs. 772, Annihilate Ya. I'll annihilate ya. Number 803, the Panda Face Killer. Number 9, Push Up Brawler. 918, Ballistic Buffalo. OMG, Killing May Smalls. They are coached by Troy McClure. God, that's hard for me to say. And bench managed by Rowdy Roulette.
Let's hear it for Arizona and Southside. Okay, I'm only going to do this once because we have people watching online. I'm going to give a shout out to Lunatic, to Roland, and to who else is watching? Someone else is watching I'm going to forget about. Either way. Folks, 1 minute on the clock. This is Roller Derby!
We got number 2, Goody Blood Drop, skating for Arizona Derby Dames. She is out in front as your lead jammer.
Jamming for Southside is Demon Spawn. Demon Spawn in the back of the pack, having a hard time to get through. Southside is holding the front of the pack.
Southside's keeping the pace quick, trying to keep out in front, keep that Arizona jammer at bay.
Okay, Arizona jammer coming into the front of the pack, hits a wall of Southside girls in the front, takes a spill off the track, gets back on. She's going to get back on and call the jam off immediately. No points for Southside, 3 points for Arizona in the first jamma play.
Triple X jamming for Southside, going up against number 1, Ellie Mayhem. Not.
That's what you thought.
We've got ourselves an official timeout. I got to ask you, Deez, you must be pretty excited. You're getting a call for your home team.
I am very excited. We traveled a long way, all the way from Houston, Texas, to come to Washington to enjoy this Bank Track Roller Derby tournament. Texas roller derby is a life And we live roller derby here at Southside. That is why we are here and strong in Washington at the Nationwide Bank Track Tournament. Wouldn't be anywhere else right now, sir. Nowhere else.
Well, I represent Tilted Thunder, and I'm glad you guys are here representing Houston, representing Texas. This is going to be a good matchup right here.
Representing roller derby first off. We got roller derby. I just want to, let's hear some noise. Roller derby people, make some noise. Please, let me hear you.
All right, we are back to roller derby. We've got number 1, Ellie Mayhem skating for Arizona going up against Triple X for Southside.
Triple X for Southside jamming. Pack, I'm not going to be setting the pack this game, folks. That's a lot of information to take in. I do know these girls by name, so I'm going to try not to call them by name and just make it as entertaining as I possibly can. Triple X having a hard time getting through the back. The jammer for Arizona in the front of the pack takes a small spill to the inside. We've got a split pack going on. Arizona gets lead jammer, forced to let him go Southside. Big spill in the back. Triple X is going to work through the pack and try to make it. She's just caught behind a wall. Takes a spill to the inside. Arizona's jammer is coming around.
Arizona's got 4 blockers in the back, not only holding back Triple X, but allowing Ellie Mayhem to almost get through. Southside's got a couple of blockers up front that are making it more difficult for her, pushing her to the high side. Triple X does get out of the pack now, and she's trying to catch up to Ellie Mayhem, score some points.
Ellie Mayhem doing a good job of fighting through the pack. Southside is going to try to keep her from exiting the front of the pack again, trying to limit the number of points. She can put up no points for Southside in that jam. 4 points for Arizona. Your score at the end of the 4th jam of play, 7-0.
And we have a power jam for Arizona. Southside down a blocker as well.
Okay, so a true power jam coming for Arizona. Southside down their jammer and a blocker in the pack. This is going to be a 3-on-4 defense-only pack for Southside. Doing an okay job. Jammer is free and clear. Too little, too late. You can't let her go like that. And power jam's lead jammer is number 9, push-up brawler. Southside doing a good job of keeping the pack speed up. Arizona is going to have to slow the pack down on their power jams. Remember, power jams is where you're here to score points, and Southside is here to kill the jam. They're doing a good job of it. 30 seconds on the clock. That clock just ticks so slow.
Southside is just motoring around the track right now, making it so tough for Arizona and push-up brawler to catch back up. But now here Arizona goes. They're slowing it down a little bit. They got a goat in the back.
They did a very good job of isolating one girl in the back of the pack and setting the pack speed to 0. In essence, to pull that 20-foot penalty, which they've taken advantage of. Southside getting a little pushed around on this power jam. Going to have to take a step back and recognize what they did wrong in that scenario, which you might not even did nothing wrong. You were skating 3v5 in a single jam. It happens. As Wreck and Roll jamming for Southside and jamming for the Arizona Derby Dames is someone whose number we can't see on her arm. But we're going to have an official time out to save us from not knowing. And that
saved by the whistle, my friend.
Saved by the whistle. That is number 2.
I'm going to take this time to thank one of our sponsors, Wicked Skatewear. Check them out on Facebook.com/Wicked Skatewear or on their website, www.wickedskatewear.com.
Let's also thank our safety sponsor, S1 Helmets, s1helmets.com, or you can find them at facebook.com/S1 Helmets. If you're ever looking for some safety gear, you can go there and you can get some pretty nice looking safety apparel. Lots of girls over here running S1 skate gear.
Looks like we have 1 penalty against Arizona, 2 against Southside, going to give Arizona the pack advantage. Both teams have their jammers.
Southside skating, short skaters. That's okay. We got 1 versus 4. Excuse me. 3v4 in. Yeah, 3v4. 3v4 in the pack. Arizona's Jammer coming through. Now we got a foot race on our hands. Wreck and roll, and that is gooey. I don't want to get goody blood drops. We got a foot race on our hands, folks. Goody blood drops. Blood drops against Wreck and Roll. Trying to keep the speed up. Got 1 skater from Southside down in the back. That's going to be the 1 point and go strategy. Good call. She takes the 1 point for the skater in the back. She gets the 2 points for the girls in the penalty box. Ghost points applied. That should be 3 points. Going up for Arizona.
That last jam, I think, is going to bring Arizona up to above 20 for their total. Looks like we've got 33-52 Texas Slammer jamming for Southside going up against Ellie Mayhem for Arizona. Ellie Mayhem goes around the top of the track, falls into the end, but gets back up and becomes your lead jammer.
Texas Slammer working through the pack, gets taken to the infield and downed. Back up, but not in time to get past by the Arizona Jammer. Arizona Jammer makes a good move through the bottom, a quick move up to the top, shuffles her feet, gallops on the horse, and she is gone around the track. Texas Slammer does exit the pack, coming through. 24 seconds left on the game clock, the jam clock. Arizona Jammers enters the pack again, free and clear, slippity slides through the track again all the way through. Texas Slammer did make it through the pack. Might be points being scored for both teams on this jam. They're just going to ride out. Good strategy. I like it. Both teams are putting up points, but you're not getting as many points as you'd like, and someone is obviously winning the jam, and I do believe Southside will get points scored. Arizona did win that jam.
Looks like we've got a timeout for Arizona. They've got a few penalties on the board there. Looks like a couple arms penalties and a back block. One of those arms penalties is by the jammer, Ellie Mayhem. So they might be taking a timeout to review this. They might be pulling up a challenge possibly.
I mean, I'm assuming it should be a challenge. Anytime you see that many penalties in a single jam, 3 penalties in a single jam, including 1 on a jammer, as a coach myself, you do want to sit back and say, man, is there something I can do to affect the outcome of the following jam? And challenging the penalty will definitely affect the outcome of the next jam. Truth be told, Southside is really going to need this upcoming power jam. Your score is 4-33. 29-point spread, but we've been saying it all night long. 29 points, not a big spread. It can be closed. And more than likely, let's hope we're going to see Southside put some points up.
And look at this. It is a power jam. And who do we got skating for Southside up there, Deez?
That is going to be Demon Spawn. Demon Spawn is a generation skater here at Southside. That means she skates for the Biohazard Babes. Her mother, Dreamin' Demon, skates on the Maidens of Malice. And a lead jammer. And through the pack is Demon Spawn. 45 seconds left on the game clock. Southside needs to get some points on this jam. And Demon Spawn has the feet to do it. Put those 20-year-old feet to work. Watch her cut and watch her shuffle. She's going to come back and attempt to get back to the point. Big push on the bottom. A click of the heels back up and through. Allie is putting points up. Demon Spawn has got 10 already. Here's more points. Big spill in the back. She's got enough time to get up and reassess. 15 seconds on the clock. Make some noise.
And this is why you're never out of the game in Derby. 1 power jam. Many points.
15 points. I hope, because if not, I'm getting crunk and I'm wrong. So. And that is a full 15 points on the power jam for Southside. Your score at the end of it is 19-33. Arizona still holding a 14-point lead. 14-point lead. Southside did just half it, though. Arizona's jammer trying to get to the front of the pack, having a hard time getting past the south side wall in the front. Triple three, triple X in the back, trying to fan a move, finds a hole. Lead jammer, triple three, triple X.
Push-up brawler for Arizona gets out of the pack. She is trying to catch up to Triple X. Both very fast skaters.
Triple X making herself aware of where the other jammer is on the track and her positioning on it as well. Finds the track on her knees after it gets taken down and calls the jam off. Good strategy.
If we got any people out there that do not know, you cannot call the jam off if you are on the infield. You have to be on the track to call that off if you are the lead jammer. I have a feeling, though.
Now, there was at one time in Word, you had to be standing on the track to call the jam off. You were not legally in play until you were on your feet. That has since been changed. What did not change is the power jam coming up. Power jam swaps.
All right, we have another officials timeout. There are a few names on that penalty board back there. Once they get it figured out, looks like we have 3 penalties against Southside. Arms on the jammer.
That's going to be arms on Triple X. That's going to be an arms on Skate Charmer. And number 300 is going to be Dictator. Dictator is going to be having a stopping penalty. All right, hey, let's make a PSA right quick. I'm sorry for the people on the internet feed that have to hear this. Parents, your children do not need to be running around the track. They need to be staying 3 feet away from the track and by no means ever underneath the track. Keep your children away from the track. 3 feet. 3 feet off the track, everybody. Thank you. Back to roller derby. Arizona on the power jam. Power tram is going to be goody blood drops. I'm having a hard time with her. Goody blood drops going down. Takes a clip from Dolly, but she's out of the pack. That is lead jammer. Goody gum drops. Trauma Queen stuck in the back of the pack. They have isolated to go. This 2-on-2 jam is just Dolly on a jammer, and Dolly B. Rotten misses the jammer. Trauma Queen having a hard time getting through the pack, doing a very good job of isolating the goat. Ooh, and a slip and a slide through. That's 10 points on the board for Arizona. Arizona gonna flip the script of the power jams. 15 points to Southside. They say, ha, no problem. I'll match it with 15 points of my own, and there they are. 15 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if she has the energy to run out the rest of the jam. And she does.
20 points.
Grand slam. Okay. A couple of penalties in that jam. 2 penalties on the Arizona team. 1 penalty on the south side. Neither of those penalties being against jammers. So what we were playing with is a strong pack for Southside, a 1 short pack for Arizona. 2-on-3 in the pack. Southside up. Jammers are taking off. Wreck and roll. Trying to make a big move. And
Ellie Mayhem takes off as your lead jammer for the Arizona Derby Dolls. However, Southside, we have a foot race, as D's would say.
It is definitely a foot race in the south side. We get excited about those. Both jammers underway. Let's see if this is going to be a one and done, which it
absolutely one and done. Ellie Mayhem's out front. She got someone right on her heels. Right move to make.
And the correct call. 100% well, not 100% of the time. When you're winning, 100% of the time. Correct call, one and done. No problem. We do have a double penalty, a double arms penalty on double zero, not the jammer. So we got both jammers skating, and we have one in the pack short for Arizona. Your score is 21-55. Arizona trying to make good moves. Coming through, Arizona just owning the front of the pack.
Deadly Limbs for Arizona is your lead jammer. Southside's jammer, stuck behind a 2-wall back behind by Arizona's blockers. She's fighting tough, but Arizona's fighting a little bit tougher on that back wall. That is Texas Slammer. She makes it through that back wall and past her team on the low side.
It's going to be too little too late, though. Texas Slammer is out. Arizona should be back on the pack and calling it back on the track and calling the jam off before Texas Slammer can get some points around. 4 points scored for Arizona in that jam. No points for Southside. Southside is going to have to reassess a little bit of strategy coming up.
Arizona's tough. They've been coming to this tournament for a long time. They've been champions before. They put up a good fight. Southside's just going to have to step back a little bit, think about what they're doing, come back strong in the second half.
Yeah, luckily we're playing 2 halves, so there is a lot of game plans and strategy. We talked about this strategy the first time we were together in game 2. The strategy you're going to see today is, let's just say, it's going to be intense. It's going to be a complete games. These teams are the best players from each individual league all brought together.
Oh, goody blood drop. Does get clipped coming around corner number 2, but she keeps her feet on the track, straightens out, and she is your lead jammer. Southside's jammer gets out as well, and she's going to put the pressure on goody blood drop to call off this jam. Goody blood drop gets clipped out by Southside there, and she's going to have to come all the way back behind Dolly B. Rotten.
Yeah, the last thing she want to do there is to step on the track in front of the player who knocked her off and give the other team a power jam by penaltying herself.
Mm-hmm.
Single penalty in that jam is going to be on number 300. Dictator is going to be a low block penalty. 1 player in the box for Southside. Jammers on both for both teams. Maybe.
Now we've got jammers for both teams.
Jammers for both teams up.
We got Ellie Mayhem going up for Arizona up against triple X for Southside. Ellie Mayhem gets out of the pack. She is your lead jammer. That 3-back wall for Arizona is just making it so tough for triple X to get through. Not for Ellie Mayhem, though. She takes another scoring pass. Yeah, she is your lead jammer.
The strategy of not helping your jammer works really, really well when, A, your jammer can get through, and B, their jammer does not get through. Neither of which are happening for Southside this game thus far. So what's happening is points are getting put on the board. Arizona is hanging them high right now. Coming up, more points going on the board for Arizona. Southside just having a hard time getting their jammer through the pack. Still stuck behind the same 3 wall they were 50 seconds ago when the jam started.
Arizona playing fantastic defense at the moment. They are a brick wall. You can't get through them.
You know, I'm here announcing. I'm a Southside announcer, but all due respect to Arizona, very good game. In fact, by both teams, just good quality roller derby. I've been very ecstatic the whole time. I've been giddy because the quality of roller derby we're getting to see here. But that's what happens when you get a nationwide tournament. Both teams have active jammers coming through.
Dee Dee Limbs is your lead jammer for Arizona. That Arizona back wall, man, they just keep pushing. They are tough to get through. Nice move by Wreck and Roll to get around OMG there. She got knocked out, but Wreck and Roll kept going and got back behind OMG.
Right now, Wreck and Roll just needs to try to prevent the 5th point from being scored.
Push-up brawler right on her heels, trying to get that 5th point. Wreck and Roll is not going to let it happen, though. At that point, Wreck and Roll, she has to move. She has to get back to that pack because she's got a jammer on her tail. If she doesn't get up and force her to call it off, that's going to be that 5th point.
Correct. These jammers are just getting wasted. They're getting worn out by the pack in the back of the Arizona's line. This 3 wall that they're throwing up is seeming to be impenetrable. Hard times getting around it. But what we do have in... Okay, we got 2 penalties on Southside. This is a 4-on-2 in the box jam. Texas Slammer jamming against number 7.
Number 7 is Deadly Limbs. She is your lead jammer for Arizona. The Hot Shots jammers, they're making it through. And the back of that pack of the Hot Shots, they are a wall that cannot be penetrated. It seems, except for by their own jammer at this point. Southside, got to get back up, got to keep pushing.
Arizona, this is going to be the last jam of the first half of play. Arizona doing a good job, hanging them high every jam, coming around, not calling jams off early, skating to their full potential, coming around. Texas Slammer just having a hard time staying on the pack. These blockers from Arizona mean business. They came here to put bodies on the ground. They've done so every jam. That's the end of the first half of play. Your score is probably going to alter a little bit, but right now it's 21-80, and they're going to put a couple more jingles on the board for the Arizona Derby Dames.
One thing I've noticed about this game so far, it has been very fast. Very, very, very fast. Let's see what Southside decides to do at halftime, change up their strategy a little bit. We got another 15 minutes to go. You never know what's going to happen.
And we have another several hours of roller derby here tonight. We're not done after this, folks. We got the whole first end of the bracket to play. Those playing online or watching live online, we will see you after intermission. Your score is 90-21 Arizona over Southside at the half.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget food trucks, tourney merch, league merch, all over on the other side of this auditorium here. Head on over, get some food, get something to drink. I think I saw some like Italian ice over there. That sounds delicious right now. Get some merch or stay in the beer garden. That sounds good too. All right, we are about to start the second half of roller derby with Arizona going on versus Southside. Arizona's going to lead at this moment of 90-21.
And this is going to be 2-on-2 in the pack. Dreamin' Demon, quick hop, shift, and a shuffle across the bottom of the pack, and she is out. Blood. I'm going to make an internet apology to number 2, Goody Blood Drops. I bombed that all night long. I'm probably going to continue to bomb it. I'm just going to correct it now. All right. One penalty in the jam, number 42, Trauma Queen with a illegal procedure penalty. Probably got pushed out of the front of the box before the whistle went. Jam is underway. 333 Triple X jamming against Ellie Mayhem. Yeah, Ellie Mayhem. Ellie Mayhem makes the lead jammer position. Southside holding the 3-wall in the front. Nothing for the jammer in the back. Triple X having a hard time getting through the 3-wall in the back. Southside in the front. One person coming up to help. Ellie Mayhem. Free pass across the bottom. She is through.
That back wall of Arizona still making trouble for Southside. Southside's jammer Triple X pushing so hard trying to make it through, but those 3 girls are just making it so hard on her while Ellie Mayhem comes back around for another scoring pass.
Yeah, it's a 3-woman wall in the back. It has been there the whole game. They've been sending one blocker up right before the jammer comes to crack the pack and doing a very good job of running that strategy. Where I'm from, that's called crack the pack. 3 in the back. Until your jammer's coming in, you send one up with the jammer. You got 3 in the back. You got a jammer with 1 in the front. She's there to crack whatever wall's left in the front because they're holding the back up pretty sturdy.
Number 07, Deadly Limbs skating on the jam line for Arizona, taking on 3-17, Wreck and Roll for Southside. Deadly Limbs finds her way out to the front of the pack and is your lead jammer for Arizona. Wreck and Roll behind that back wall of Arizona again. That back wall of Arizona has been the tightest, strongest back wall I've seen all tournament long so far.
Without question, the Arizona walls they're building in the back of the pack are the best walls we've seen. They've been isolating it back there. No one has been getting around the 3 girls they've been putting in the back of the pack.
Southside trying to speed up that pack a little bit, trying to get out in front of Arizona's jammer.
And Wreck and Roll is out, but not before Deadly Limbs gets back out again. Plenty of points getting scored this game for Arizona. Arizona getting exactly what they want. A 3-wall in the back before the jam. This has been consistent with Arizona's game every time. I don't think they're hiding it. I think they're making it very, very aware of what they're doing. We're going to put 3 girls in the back and make you get around us. And it's worked for them thoroughly. If I was Arizona, I am not varying this strategy at all the remainder of the tournament. They're doing a very good job keeping the pack slow while Southside Jammer is in, then speeding the pack up.
Skating, jamming for Arizona, number 2, Goody Blood Drop.
I wasn't going to say it.
I know you weren't. I'll take it from here on out. All
Penalties.
Right. We've got an arms penalty against Arizona and a skating out of bounds penalty against Southside. So each team will be down a blocker.
So 3-on-3 in the pack. Both teams with a jammer. Dreamin' Demon going to take the top side of the pack and work through. Beautiful apex on the bottom side of the pack for for Ellie Mayhem. Ellie Mayhem come back around. Gonna come back and make it to the pack. First 4 points.
Demon Spawn is out of the pack for Southside. She's going to try to catch up, put a little bit of pressure on Ellie Mayhem, who's trying to get through on her second scoring pass. She does, calls it off. Southside, she may have gotten a point there, Demon Spawn.
Penalties being counted and assessed. Right now we have 333 triple X in the pack for Southside. Jamming for Southside. Number 9, push-up brawler. Jamming for Arizona. Arizona Jammer through on the top side. Lead Jammer. Arizona Derby Dames. Number 9, push-up brawler. Push-up brawler. Getting through the pack. Triple X finally gets through. Push-up brawler collects the 5th point as she passes the Southside Jammer on the front side of the pack. Both Jammers staying close. Triple X picked up ahead of speed, trying to make it a foot race.
And we do have our first ejection of this game.
Number 74, that is Skate Charmer ejected for a second ejection of the game. That is an accumulation of penalties on Skate Charmer. Second ejection. So Southside is skating without a blocker in the pack this jam. Jammer on a Jammer going underway. That's bloody gumdrops jamming against Wreck and Roll. Wreck and Roll tied on her heels. Bloody gumdrop.
Goody blood drop.
Bad D's, bad. Goody blood drops. Man, that is tough to say. Jamming. And it's a shame it's so tough to say because she's been dominating the Jammer line all game long. All I want to do in my life is get that correct. Score is 125-24. Southside came up strong the first couple jams and squandered just about everything else from then on. What I know is good is Hilliard's beer.
Hilliard's beer is good.
It's really good.
I've had plenty of Hilliard's beer.
I believe you can purchase Hilliard's beer at hilliardsbeer.com, or you can take a picture of yourself, post it on Twitter, hashtag Hilliard's beer. And another ejection is number 721. That is going to be Mojo from Southside.
We've got, for the first time on the jam line for Arizona today, is 623 Hollywood going up against 33-52 Texas Slam Her. Hollywood going to the high side. She is your lead jammer for the Arizona Derby Dames. Texas Slam Her up to the front of the pack, just stuck behind one Arizona blocker. Trying to go high, trying to go low. Hollywood gets knocked out by a Southside blocker.
Let's call it Dolly B. Rotten. Dolly B. Rotten knocked her out of the pack. Jammer comes around, enters the pack, calls it off just before Texas Slammer enters the pack and slips another point on the board. No points in that jam for Southside. No points. And we're going to take another timeout sent Southside's way. 6 minutes and 30 seconds of the second half of play. You know what sounds really tasty right now?
What's that?
Some coconut water.
It does sound tasty.
Where would I find some of that in Washington?
Well, right here, you can find it at our merchandise stands in the back or over in the beer garden, but you can also find it with Zico.
You think coconut water, we want you to think
Zico.
Zico. Zico is the... I almost said Cassoulet. Either way, the game we have coming up next is going to be the winner of Game 1 and the winner of Game 2.
Which is going to be
California. California.
LA versus San Diego.
Yeah, you know they love the homeless in California, right?
California loving.
That's what South Park told me. In California, they love the homeless.
All right, we will have a power jam for Arizona.
And that is because the major penalty on number 3352 Texas Slammer.
All right, number 9, push-up brawler, is the lead jammer for Arizona on this power jam. Both teams down a blocker as well, making it a 3-on-3 pack. Push-up brawler slams into the back of one of the Southside blockers. Stays on her feet. These two out front, they get pushed out of play, so push-up brawler is allowed to get through for a passing scoring jam.
And the pack is just going slow right now, which works perfectly for Arizona on their power jam. The very last thing Arizona would want to do on the power jam is to skate quickly in any sort of reason, any sort of fashion at all, that is. And they did a very good job of doing exactly not that. They skated nice and slow. Arizona coming around the end of the 60-second clock blows. Jam ends. No points scored for Southside. 10 points scored for Arizona. I do believe, unfortunately, with 5 minutes left in this game, Southside is playing for respect now. The game looks to be a little ways out of hand.
And we have another ejection on the south side as well. Above the shoulders blocks get number 42 ejected. They've also got a couple of blockers in the penalty box, as does Arizona. Demon Spawn jamming up against Ellie Mayhem. Ellie Mayhem gets out in front as your lead jammer. Demon Spawn slammed into the top of the rail by 272.
Big block. Big block. 7-2. Al annihilate you. Is that who that was? Yeah, that was Al annihilate you with a big hit on the south side jammer. Points collected by Arizona. They're going to go ahead, collect a few points, call the jam off, bring up the 30-second clock in between jams. They're going to start it again. And we got an official timeout. So back to the next game. Next game coming up live, streaming live via the internet, is a California showdown.
LA taking on San Diego. Gonna be one of the best bouts of the weekend, I'm guessing.
It's going to be good. LA played that particularly stout type of defense we saw in the very first game. And San Diego had I'm just going to say, some very resilient jammers. Very good gameplay, very resilient jammer play from them. It's going to be a very good game coming up next. Throughout this tournament, the bracket's going to move. We are playing a double elimination tournament. So the teams you have watched lose today, they are not done. They're not out of the tournament. They're not going to be playing again tonight. The bracket will continue all day Saturday. We'll be streaming all day live Saturday as well.
I am very excited for Saturday morning, because that is going to be the introduction to Battle on the Bank 8 of the junior roller derby girls.
Juniors and derby. It's probably the most adorable thing you've ever seen. And then they start playing the game. And it stops being adorable.
It is so amazing to see these young women playing derby, learning the rules. We've seen some of them come up and join our league. It is the future of roller derby. We're going to have TTRB taking on Arizona in the first bout, and then San Diego taking on TTRB in the second bout, and Arizona taking on San Diego in the third bout.
So what we're doing is we're actually sending the juniors through tournament-style bracketing as well. So the juniors are going to be playing a tournament-style bracket throughout all day Saturday as well. Lots of fun roller derby. Roller derby all weekend long here at the fairgrounds. Monroe Fairgrounds.
All right, 623 Hollywood.
And that's
going up against 317 Wreck and Roll. Hollywood is your lead jammer. Wreck and Roll going high, going up against OMG. OMG doing a good job pushing her into the rail. She's fighting her way through, pulls on the back of her blocker's shirt and gets out of the pack. However, Hollywood still your lead jammer. Trying to get back through that pack one more time, score some points, call it off just before. Oh, no, she gets knocked off the track. She's got to keep going another. There she goes. Now she calls it off.
And that is 9 points for Arizona, 4 points for Southside, bringing your score to 148-28. 3 minutes and a half left to go in the second half of play here. Another ejection, number 206 on the Southside side of the world. Southside is getting hammered by penalties. Lots of penalties hammering their play.
Number 2, Goody Blood Drop jamming for Arizona. She's having some trouble going up against that front blocker 101 for Southside. Ends up knocking her out of the way and becoming your lead jammer.
Yeah, but you do got to take note between the two differences of play. The Southside single player was doing a very good job of holding the jammer back. The 3 girls that built the wall in the back that has not moved from the back the entire game is still holding Southside's jammer back. Still to this day, if Southside was still skating the third jam, the jammer would still be behind the 3-girl wall.
Goody Blood Drop right on the heels of that Southside jammer. Trying to get that 5th point. Southside jammer, good job. Keeping up.
Texas Slammer is a very prideful slammer. You're not going to take her point lightly. She's going to fight you for it.
All right, we've got Ellie Mayhem, number 1 on the jam line for the Hot Shots. And we do have we've got an arms penalty on Southside's jammer. This means it is a power jam for Ellie Mayhem.
And Ellie Mayhem takes a spill in the pack. She is through and out on the way. Resiliency, folks. It's the resiliency that you see. It's not the hit she takes. It's the hit she shrugs off and keeps on going.
Southside's really picking up their pace. They're going to try to keep Ellie Mayhem at bay by going fast. They are 1 blocker up, but Ellie Mayhem, she just goes low, lets everybody pass by her, scores those points.
Hey, man, low man wins. Low man wins in every sport, anywhere you see. Low man wins, especially when there's no one down there. Good stop that time by Booty Vicious. She was able to keep her feet, forcing the jammer to have to enter the pack back into the back and reset her position. Ellie Mayhem working the split pack. It's a split pack right now. Southside is just engaging out of pride. It's a prideful engagement going on in the front, but too little too late. They're forced to let her go. The clock keeps on ticking, folks.
All right, I just heard it from the official timekeeper. We have 59 seconds to go. That means we are at the last jam. Within the last 60 seconds of the bout, the rules change. The head ref declares last jam when there are 60 seconds left on the clock. All penalties are called right then and there. If a blocker commits a major penalty, then she becomes a ghost point. If the jammer commits a major penalty, she cannot cough the jam or score points and is taken off the track.
And dims are the brakes. Break it up, break it up, break it up. Okay, final, let's say possible final jam. We're in a last jam scenario, which means we could have another one, but this could be the last one. Is Demon Spawn jamming against
Deadly Limbs.
Deadly Limbs?
Number 7 for Arizona. She is your lead jammer. Probably going to try to run out the clock on this. Just keep going. Get to that final whistle, call the game.
And they should run the last 35 seconds off the clock. Your final score is going to be a big old whole lot to not enough. Cut and dry on that. It is going to be a really big number to a really little number, Southside. Holding the really little number, Arizona Derby Dames. Good job. Very good victory. Arizona showing some good Derby skills here. I really enjoyed watching this team play. 12, 10, and 9 seconds left on the clock. As this clock hits 0, let's make some noise wherever you're at, even at home. Let's hear some love for the girls that have given what they got for you. That's the game, folks. Your winner, and advancing on the winner's side, Arizona Derby Dames. Going to the loser sides of the bracket, Southside Roller Derby.
All right, and the final score is Arizona 175, Southside 28. Let's hear it one more time for your winners, the Arizona Derby Dames Hot Shots! And one more time for Southside Roller Derby, the Southside Girls. All right, everybody, we're going to be back with Derby in a little bit. Stick around, go grab some merch, grab some food, grab some more beer. Next up, we have LA Derby Dolls taking on San Diego.
skating in this bout, we have the San Diego Wildfires versus the LA Riots. Both past winners of Battle on the Bank. Skating for the San Diego Derby Dolls, we have Injurina Jolie, Heartland, Rose Anthrax, Andrell Bauer, Psycho Brahe, Nova, Boolala, Cupcake Kaboom, Botoxic, Slamurai, Rider Hard, Kung Pao Tina, Shenanigans, Christy Bull, Kiki Diaz, Tsunami, Ballistic Balmer, and Hit and Run. Skating for LA Derby Dolls, we have Hurt Locker, Goodnight, Doom, Mental Skate, Bam Bam McGee, Phoenix, Perfect, Reconomic Stimulus, Morning Wood, Ferocity, Bel Scorcho, Bionic Blitz, Shady Hawkins, Jackie Nimble, Stefcon 1, Oblivion Westwood, and Marina Del Rage. The first bout of the day, the LA Derby Dolls Riots took on TXRD, and that was a blowout match. San Diego Derby Doll Wildfires had a little bit more of a hard-fought game.
As expected with their rankings coming in, LA is defending champions. No one cares. Skaters are ready. Everybody's ready. Doll franchises, these two teams have met up a number of times over the last 10 years or so.
So they're familiar with each other. They've played each other a lot.
Oh, yes. Yes. Often. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm doing better than I was before. No, you sound okay. Okay. You're good. I can see your nose. But it's okay. 30 seconds. Skater. Derby Dames, Arizona.
All right, referees giving their thumbs up. We are ready for some skaters on the track in just a few moments in this first bout of the winner's bracket, and there it is. And right now we have Heartland jamming for San Diego Derby Dolls along with Morning Wood for LA Riots. And that's the whistle. Right now, Heartland looking for room on the inside of the pack, getting caught by a front wall of Riots from LA. So that is Morning Wood that makes it out of the pack first on the inside. Right now, Heartland caught in that two-wall from LA, but there she is, Heartland, number 1022, is out of the pack as Morning Wood re-enters the pack and pushes right past the San Diego Wildfires. Calls off the jam, picking up 5 points. 4
LA
points.
been doing that hit it and quit it strategy all day.
Right now, Jackie Nimble jamming for the Riots.
And a San Diego skater.
Right now, number 72, Ryder Hart, is in the penalty box for cutting. And Nova, number 182, just moved took the lead jammer position for the San Diego Derby Dolls Wildfires.
But she did take a back blocking call in that process.
And right now, Jackie Nimble is out of the pack as well, just as Nova re-enters the pack and calls off the jam. 0 points picked up, 2 points picked up for LA Derby Dolls. 2 points picked up for the San Diego Wildfires. That makes the score now 4-2.
And now we go to an LA Power Jam with Perfect.
Yeah, Nova picked up a cutting or back block penalty on that last jam and is sitting out thinking about what she did in that penalty box. So there goes Perfect, right past Slamurai, shooting her way out of the pack in this power jam. Comes in around, slams again into Slamurai, but not enough to keep her from breaking away.
Not enough to barely slow her down.
And Perfect makes another perfect pass on the outside rail. Perfect comes around the back of the pack again. Inside, barely touched there.
She's on cruise control today.
Perfect entering the pack again. Slams past, but goes down, takes a bum dive.
Popped right back up.
Yeah, she still picked up those points. She had already picked up the points, and I believe that was... I think that was 20 points in a brilliant power jam for Perfect. Perfect, I believe. Number 870, Christy Bull, jamming for the Wildfires. And Goodnight Doom for the Riots. Goodnight Doom on the outside, looking for room through the center of the pack. Meanwhile, number 870, Christy Bull's trying to fight her way through the inside as well.
And LA's out.
LA picking up that lead jammer position as the Wildfires are still stuck in the pack, forced to recycle back to avoid a cutting penalty. And San Diego Derby Dolls jammer makes it out of the pack as well. Meanwhile, Goodnight Doom, jamming for the Riots, is trying to push her way through the back for some scoring points.
Yeah.
You want to say?
That's 4 points picked up by LA.
That's Heartland jamming for the San Diego Derby Dolls Wildfires. Along with Mental Skate jamming for the Riots. Mental Skate immediately out of the pack on the inside line. Meanwhile, Heartland shoving her way through, trying to fight that Riots 2-wall in the front. Mental Skate speeding up to the back of the pack and finds room by the rail, trying to find room on the inside, and she picked up her points and calls off the jam. And right now, number 85 for the Riots, Bel Scorcho, is in the penalty box. Right now, Steph Con 1 jamming for the Riots, immediately out of the pack and picks up lead jammer. Meanwhile, Nova in the center of the pack, battling it out against Bionic Blitz.
Steph Con.
StefCon 1's got a 3-wall in the back of the pack to battle it out with, but she makes it past.
They rebuilt.
Right now, the San Diego Wildfires carefully rebuilding that pack. 4 points picked up right there for StefCon 1. Woot!
And here we go with a full pack, 4-on-4 blockers, and both teams fielding jammers. It's perfect for LA. And Christy Bull for San Diego.
Right now, perfect, trying to jam her way through the center of the pack. She makes it just past the front and forced to recycle back. Perfect finds room on the outside and is lead jammer. Right now, Perfect coming around the back of the pack gets a shot by Injurina Jolie in the back as she tries to pull through the pack, goes down on the outside. Meanwhile, Nova breaks out of the pack and Perfect calls off the jam. 4 points picked up for the Riots. Mental Skate right now jamming for the Riots along with Heartland for the San Diego Wildfires in the teal. Heartland chooses to go through the center of the pack. Meanwhile, Mental Skate weaves through, gets a chuck by number 72. Both skaters out of the pack with Mental Skate in the lead. Both skaters skating with a fury. Mental Skate pivots around and goes down. Both jammers in the infield.
It got called. They were on the ground, I thought.
We have a 3-on-3 pack. 2 blockers in the penalty box, 1 for each team. Right now, number 182, Nova for the San Diego Derby Dolls is out of the pack. Meanwhile, the LA Riot fighting to get their jammer out. Bel Scorcho pushes her way out of the pack. Woo, Nova takes a hard hit into the infield.
I'm going to tap you when I'm going to talk, right? That's okay. All right. Please stop getting bolder. Thanks, Sibno. Christy Bull. And, Power Jam. And it looks like a power jam for LA with Morning Wood on the line. Nova's in the box for blocking out of bounds.
Right now, Morning Wood weaving through that pack, finding a little bit of room on the inside. She's looking for her window of opportunity, but there is a very slow, very tight pack right now. Morning Wood battling it out, is out of the pack, coming around for her scoring pass. There she goes. Morningwood re-entering the pack, faced a 2-wall, and a tight pack gets an assist from her teammate, Economic Stimulus, as she pulls out of the pack, picks up 5 points on this power jam. Morningwood entering in on the high side. Another assist from teammate Economic Stimulus as Morningwood battles it out on the 2-wall, and 60 seconds into that clock. 10 points picked up. Right now, Bionic Blitz is in the penalty box for the Derby Dolls for arms penalty and Hit and Run is also in the penalty box for the Wildfire, so it's a 3-on-3 pack.
Your jammers are Christy Bull for LA and Goodnight Doom for, Christy Bull for San Diego and Goodnight Doom for LA.
And Goodnight Doom is out of the pack first. She's taking the position of lead jammer. Meanwhile, San Diego's just making their jammer out of the pack. Christy Bull, a full lap behind the LA Derby Dolls. Goodnight Doom calls off the jam before Christy Bull can enter.
She looked for that last point, but didn't quite catch her.
Christy Bull right now for the Wildfires in the penalty box for a cutting penalty.
And that's Jackie Nimble on the power jam for LA.
Jackie Nimble fighting through a tight pack, but she pulls out of the pack.
Dramatic pause.
Jackie Nimble looking for room on the outside, almost getting forced to the rail, but she fights it off. There she is, duking out against a two-wall right now of San Diego fighters. Bo Toxic and Slammerai together were a force to be reckoned with for Jackie Nimble. Jackie Nimble re-entering the pack, going down on the inside, forced to recycle, avoid the pack penalty. She's back in there, fighting her way through. She's out of the pack, picked up 5 more points for the Riots, and the jam clock ends that jam.
LA's defense has been stellar this game. Their ability to reset and recapture is just incredible.
We've also seen some really good defense on behalf of the Wildfires. You saw that great teamwork in that last jam between Bo Toxic and Slammerai.
Yeah. Keeping the score as close as it is.
It wasn't enough to hold off Jackie Nimble, but it was impressive nonetheless. Right now we are in the midst of an official timeout with officials officiating about stuff and things. Sorry, it is a blue timeout.
Great. We got this. Timeout blue in attempt to change the pace of the game here and reset.
All right now the score is 64-2. Definitely Riots holding the game right now. Right now, Heartland jamming for the Wildfire, hoping to pick up some points for her team. Meanwhile, Bionic Blitz blitzes her way out of the pack for the Riots. LA dominating this bout thus far. She pulls through the inside of the pack, takes a slam from the Wildfires in the but not enough to stop her. Meanwhile, Heartland just pulling out of the pack for the San Diego Wildfires. Bionic Blitz moves through the pack and calls off the jam.
LA cleared that whole inside line for her.
Angelina Jolie jamming for the Wildfires. Along with Mental Skate for the LA Riots. Right now, both teams down a blocker. Injarina Jolie looking for room on the outside against the rail. Hard fought against Bam Bam McGee, but it's Mental Skate that pulls out of the pack for the Ryettes and is lead jammer. Injarina Jolie not too far behind as she pulls out of the pack as well. Mental Skate re-enters a reform pack and calls off the jam.
LA getting their points and calling it off fast.
Slammerine right now jamming for the Wildfires versus Stefcon 1, number Woot for the Ryettes. Both jammers going on the low side. Stefcon 1 trying to fight it out against San Diego Derby Dolls, which have a tight pack going on right now. She makes it out of the pack. Stefcon 1, lead jammer for the Ryettes.
Oh, never mind. I messed it up.
Meanwhile, Slammerai pulls out of the pack for the San Diego Wildfires as Stefcon 1 pulls through the pack to pick up 4 points. And that is the whistle for the halftime. The score at the half.
No, they already added that.
Score at the half is 80 for the LA Ryettes and 2 points for the San Diego Wildfires.
And we'd like to take a moment to thank another one of our sponsors, Wicked Skatewear. You can find them at www.wickedskatewear.com or on Facebook/Wicked Skatewear. They have everything you could possibly want to fulfill your derby needs. He's right there.
Right now at the halftime, we have a point challenge. The San Diego Derby Doll Wildfires making this challenge. All right, just about to start this battle of the dolls, the LA Derby Dolls Ryettes versus the San Diego Derby Dolls Wildfires, beginning the second half of this battle. Over the half, we had a points challenge from the San Diego Wildfires. The ref says the points stand. All right, Good Night Doom jamming for the Ryettes, along with Heartland for the San Diego Wildfires. Good Night Doom pulling out of the pack, and she's lead jammer as Heartland tries to scooch past Morning Wood. But she falls towards the inside of the pack and is forced to recycle back. Meanwhile, number 248, Good Night Doom pulling through the front of the pack, just makes it past Ryder Hard in the front line for the Wildfires. Finds herself back at the pack again, trying to pull through this scoring pass. Right now, Heartland pulled out of the pack for the Wildfires. With Good Night Doom duking it out against Slamurai, pulling through the pack and calling off the jam. Hard-fought defense on behalf of Slamurai for the Wildfires.
Jackie Nimble, right? And
Slamurai has reported to the penalty box for blocking out a play. There are actually 2 Wildfires in the penalty box, giving the pack advantage to the Ryettes.
the jammers.
Right now, Jackie Nimble jamming for the Ryettes, and she's immediately pulls out of the pack, and she is lead jammer. Number 182, Nova, for the Wildfires is jamming, just pushing her way out of the pack, trying to get past Bel Scorcho. She pulls out of the pack just as Jackie Nimble makes an easy scoring pass, picking up 4 points for the Ryettes. Jackie Nimble calls off the jam before the Wildfires can pick up points.
Mental skate and 870. Christy Ball. You call the penalty?
Shady Hawkins in the penalty box for a back block. Right now we have mental skate for the Ryettes jamming, along with 870 Christy Bull jamming for the Wildfires.
I was ready for that one. I'll be ready for the next one. Okay.
Mental skate at the back of the pack as Christy Bull is at the front but forced to recycle behind that 2 wall of Ryettes. She's duking it out right now against Ferocity in the front. Meanwhile, Mental Skate gets crushed to the inside and is forced to recycle. Number 870, Christy Bull, is out of the pack. She is lead jammer for the San Diego Wildfires. Mental Skate pulls out of the pack. Christy Bull taking that lead. Falling on the inside of the track, though. She's got to get back up. And right now, there is a lead jammer change and a lead jammer change again as Christy Bull goes to the inside of the track. Both jammers fighting for that lead jammer position. This was an exciting jam. 3 points picked up for the Ryettes.
I was exhausted just watching that jam. That was rough.
Didn't know who was going to be lead jammer, who was going to pick up the points, but we have 5 points on the board now for the Wildfires.
Jamming for LA, we have Perfect. And for San Diego is Heartland.
Right now, Perfect immediately through the pack, but forced to the inside. Heartland goes down in the center as Perfect takes the lead jammer position. Heartland taking a dive towards the rail, but recovers. Meanwhile, Perfect moves to the back of the pack for a scoring pass. She's forced into the inside of the track and has to recycle to avoid the cutting penalty. Heartland, meanwhile, pulls right out of the pack. She's a lap behind Perfect, who's making her scoring pass, duking it out hard against Ryder Hard. 4 points just now picked up for the LA Ryettes, making the score 96-5.
the timeout black?
Right now, we have an official timeout. Number 72, Ryder Hard, sitting in the penalty box.
I don't drink coffee, so this will be rough for me. Again, we want to take a moment to thank another one of our sponsors, Starbucks Monroe, located just off Route 2 and 522 in Monroe. Get your caffeine fix before you head over here tomorrow.
Some of us, the outer towners, might not understand our Seattle's fascination with coffee, but
I don't.
It's what powers Tiva. Tiva is brought to you by caffeine.
And Starbucks.
As I'm referring to myself in the third person here in the cuckoo's nest with Nurse Ratchet. All right, we're ready to go. We've got 2 riots in the penalty box. That makes it a power jam because number 777 Perfect in the penalty box right now for a back block. Slamorize jamming for the Wildfires. Lamorai moving through the pack right now with 2 wall of riots for her to duke it out as she's crushed against the wall. She's forced to the inside right now by number 85, Bel Scorcho, carefully guarding the front. Too far out of the pack, though. Bel Scorcho is forced to cease her blocking as Samurai whips herself around the track. Slamorai's got her teammates in the back to help her out as she gets crushed against the rail by number 43, Bam Bam McGee.
LA recycling and keeping her in.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of boxing Slamorai in, forcing her to the outside. Her teammates are doing the best they can to help her out. That's number 85, Bel Scorcho again. Slamorai is out of the pack, though, picking up 5 points for the San Diego Wildfires. That doubles their score. Right now, Riots 96, San Diego Wildfires 10 points. Right now, we've got 2 of the Riots in the penalty box, Sadie Hawkins and Bel Scorcho, and number 350 also in the penalty box, Cupcake Kaboom for the Wildfires. Christy Bull right now jamming for the Wildfires. Number 80, Ferocity, is jamming for the Riots. Christy Bull out of the pack first. She takes lead jammer for the San Diego Wildfires, who are fighting to put more points on the board. Meanwhile, Ferocity duking out against that tough San Diego defense. She's out of the pack just as number 870, Christy Bull, comes around for a scoring pass, picking up 4 points for the Wildfires before calling off the jam. Great defense on behalf of San Diego, that jam.
Oh, wait, no. What?
Hit and run right now, jamming for San Diego, along with Mental Skate for the LA Riots. Mental Skate immediately goes down on the inside as she was almost out of the pack. That means it's Hit and Run, who's picked up lead jammer for the Wildfires. Wildfires starting to really dominate the second half. Mental Skate at the back of the pack, fighting her way out, has her teammates to help her in front. Mental Skate is out of the pack, a full lap behind Hit and Run.
Cupcake Kaboom laid Mental Skate out. That was a nice slower down.
Right now, Hit and Run calling off the jam 4 Riots can come and pick up points.
Good Night Doom coming on for a power jam for LA.
Yeah, Hit and Run made her way to the penalty box for a cutting penalty, leading to this power jam. Both teams right now down a blocker. Hit and Run trying to find the high side. As not
Pack
Hit and
really
Run.
spread out there.
I said that was Hit and Run. That's Good Night Doom jamming for the Riots. She's out of the pack and coming around for her scoring pass. Looking for room on the inside. Weaves around to the high side, but gets caught by the Wildfires. Right now, Good Night Doom duking it out in the front of the pack. Phoenix gives her the crush into the rail, but it's not enough to keep her. Good Night Doom re-enters the pack again, trying to get up 5 more points in this LA power jam, and she is out of the pack. That is 5 points picked up for LA. And 60 seconds ends the clock. Total for that power jam is 10 points for LA, bringing the score up to 106-17.
Jamming for San Diego is Nova, and for LA is Stefcon 1.
Stefcon 1 immediately trying to enter the center of the pack, but it's Nova who breaks out first for the San Diego Wildfires.
Pack advantage, San Diego 3-2.
Stefcon 1 fighting through that 3-wall, scooches around backwards as she proves her skating ability and breaks out of the pack. But Nova's a full lap ahead of her as she busts out from behind Hurt Locker to pick up points for the Wildfires.
Jamming for San Diego, we have number 101, Angelina Jolie. And for LA is 312.3, Mental Skate. No one in the box. This is a full pack.
And right now, Angelina Jolie looks for room on the high side. Mental Skate also out of the pack. Both skaters out of the pack with Mental Skate taking the lead jammer spot. We've got a fast-moving jammers right now going through the pack. Mental Skate, though, moves through and immediately calls off the jam.
I love a jammer race.
No points picked up that one on that amazing jammer race. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Right now we have Bionic Blitz for the Riots and Heartland for the San Diego Wildfires and a full 4-on-4 pack. Bionic Blitz shooting through the inside of the pack. She takes lead jammer. Meanwhile, Heartland duking it out in the inside. Fighting hard right there against the Riots. As Bionic Blitz finds room on the inside and is out of the pack. A full lap ahead of Heartland, who breaks away and ends the jam. 5 points picked up. Right now the score 111 for the Riots and 21 for the San Diego Wildfires.
Jamming for LA is 85, Bel Scorcho.
All right, Heartland jamming for San Diego Wildfires as she tries to fight her way out of the pack, but the tight defense that the Riots has been putting against the Wildfires is keeping Heartland from breaking away. Meanwhile, Bel Scorcho also fighting her way out of the pack as we haven't had a lead jammer emerge. San Diego fighting for this one. Both jammers out of the pack, neck and neck. Heartland barely having the lead. Called off the jam 0-0. They both really wanted it there. I can't see the numbers. I think it's Cantina and All right, Goodnight Doom jamming for the Riots. Along with Boolala jamming for the Wildfire. She is lead jammer, that Boolala. 215 pounds. I somehow doubt that's her actual weight. Boolala goes down as she enters the back of the pack by LA's jammer. She's a full lap ahead, picked up 5 points on that jam as LA is still fighting to release their jammer from the pack. That makes Boolala's first jam this bout particularly fruitful for the Wildfires. She comes through the pack, picks up more points, and calls it off.
San Diego doing a better job this second half, breaking through the defending champion LA Derby Dolls walls.
9 points right there picked up for the Wildfires. They score 111-30 now, the San Diego Wildfires. And we now have last jam rules. This means that if a blocker commits a penalty, they report immediately to the penalty box. If a jammer commits a penalty, it automatically becomes a power jam. And infractions become ghost points. Right now, we have 2 of the San Diego Wildfires in the penalty box, along with 1 of the Riots, number 248, Goodnight Doom, in the penalty box. We've got some multiplayer blocking on behalf of the Wildfires.
And a little above the shoulders on the LA side.
You got to watch the head. You got to stay pretty. Not the face. Not Nurse Ratchet. Nurse Ratchet's all about electroshock. It's her weapon of choice. Right now we got a power jam. Starting off this last jam with San Diego. Heartland jamming. She chooses the high side, gets a check from Bionic Blitz from the Riots.
Pack advantage LA, 3-2.
Yeah, she's really fighting against that rail. Right now, Heartland's trying to do the best she can. Her teammates in there trying to break up that pack, allowing a little bit of room for Heartland. Perfect right now, carefully guarding her, pushing her against the rail, kind of trapping her in. Heartland looking for room on the inside. She almost makes it, but she goes on the inside of the track, forced to recycle back behind the Riots. Doing everything she can to put points on the board for San Diego in this final jam of the game. A slow-moving pack as the Riots' defense dictate the play of the game, and that's the whistle.
Perfect, doing a little bit of everything today. Jamming, blocking, assist, and doing it all well.
You love a good all-around skater.
Absolutely.
We've seen a couple of those on both teams. Right now, the officials are rechecking everything, but our score here is 111 for the Riots. 30 points picked up for the Wildfires. Referees make it official. LA Riots with 111 move on to fight the winners of the next bracket. Next game coming up, we have Arizona versus Seattle Tilted Thunder Railbirds.
Oh, I wasn't even
sweep in the inside of the track. So if you can make sure if you are not on the track, you are inside either one of the team boxes or the referee.
Can you understand me? Okay, no one really understands me. That is my cross to bear.
I don't know why. The Bulldog sounds like a radio announcer. I sound like the guy that announces the knockoff UFC fights. Oh, scratchy. Let's get on tonight. I really feel
Your
like-
words, not mine.
No, it's fine. Believe me, after the end of the... Okay, folks. For those who are watching online and those live in attendance, welcome back, even though you didn't leave, to Battle of the Bank Track 8. The tournament continues.
This is our first quarterfinal. We've got Bloody Bloody Gumdrop, number 2 for Arizona Derby Dames. She is the first jammer out. She is lead position, but MK Ultra, subject 503, chasing her around, but neither jammer has hit the scoring position yet. Jockeying for position. Whoa, good Bloody Bloody Gumdrop zips right between Honey Badger and Crozo the Clown to get caught by Square Ruthless and Smolderine. She will get 3 out of a potential 4 points, but calls off the... Oh, excuse me. I'm looking at the Tilted Thunder Jam ref, who's holding up 3 points. How many did? They actually win the jam. That is only 2 points. So that was a great job by Smolderine and Square Ruthless. They stopped her in her tracks, did not give up either of their points.
Very good strategic jam calling. On to the next jam. It is going to be Shadowbreaker against Ellie Mayhem. Ellie Mayhem takes a pass on the top side. She's through. Lead jammer, Ellie Mayhem.
Shadowbreaker knocked to the infield, has to pick herself back up, starts over her initial pass from scratch. And Ellie Mayhem rides the high line, runs into Billy Ray Siren, slammed to the rail by Sobriety Test.
She finds the wall of all the Twisted Thunder girls in the front. Unfortunately, brings them to the 20-foot threshold, and they are forced to let her go. 5 points on the board. Should I? Yeah, maybe 5. Hey.
Well, it's not official until the jam ends, but that was a potential 5-point pass. Shadowbreaker, though, now completing her initial pass, so not going to give up a second jammer point. But Ellie Mayhem will get halfway through the pack. She's probably going to get Creep Suzette's point.
Collects a few more points after her initial pass before she calls off the jam.
It looks like was that 8 points flashed? Oh, we'll see in just a second. 7. That was only 2 fingers on the other hand. So 7 points total, only 2 in the second scoring pass.
I always have a hard time telling the difference between 2 and 3 fingers. And the jam is underway. Both jammers still in the pack. One jammer on the high side, one jammer on the low side. The high side jammer is the Arizona jammer, and she's out. Lead jammer, push-up brawler. Not to be outdone, the twist. Tilted Thunder jammer coming in hot behind. Tilted.
Honey Badger comes up short for Tilted Thunder. And that will be 2 points. 2 points for Arizona.
And Billy Ray Siren is going to field the power jam.
Push-up brawl on number 9 in the penalty box.
Tilted Thunder going to come out, try to put up some points on this power jam. Very important power jam in the first half of play. 8-point spread very easily can be closed this jam. But what we're going to need is some good pack play and some resilient jammer play from the Tilted Thunder Rollerbirds.
Billy Ray Siren takes a whip off a Creep Suzette, runs into Bloody Bloody Gumdrop. Craven Cadavers and Ellie Mayhem holding her in the front line, slams her against the rail, and she goes down. Gets caught also by Hella Rude, Al Annihilate, number 772. Has to stumble over her.
Big tumble and spill in the back of the pack. The jammer is free and clear. Has a 3-wall left in the front to get past. Tilted Thunder doing a good job of holding the pack back, but they're going to have to do something a little bit more. Their jammer is going to get the 20-foot out of play pulled for it. Hopefully, there it is, free and clear. Lead jammer, but folks, let's call it. That is a penalty kill. Kill, kill, kill. 2 and 1. Time expires, and it's up to the referees to figure out the points.
0. That was down to the fraction of a second. That fourth whistle blew just before Billy Ray Siren hit the rear guard for Arizona. No points, though. A perfect, like you said, perfect penalty kill.
Perfect. It doesn't get much better than that.
She got a backlog penalty.
So Billy Ray Siren, in all her glory of not being able to get through the pack, had got a penalty pulled. Not only did they kill the power jam, they pulled a penalty on the jammer. So back-to-back power jams. This is what I call flipping the script. Arizona on the power jam, and Tilted doing a very good job of just dominating the back of the pack. The wall in the back is hard to get past. She's through. One girl left to beat. She's through. Lead jammer. Okay, jammer coming around. This is her points pass, folks. Tries to make a good move. Loses a bit of her footing. Takes a stumble under one of the Derby girls. Referees are going to be figuring out the action at the end of this one. Jammer is going. This is a points pass first. She's got the 2 points for the girls behind her. The 1 goes for the box. She's still got some girls to score. Unfortunately, she runs out of time. Referees will be scoring the point. No points.
I do have a quick announcement. We have someone who lost their driver's license and a debit card. Their wallet broke and their driver's license and debit card fell out. If you have found or find one on the ground, please return it to us so that we can get it to the owner. And please don't make any purchases on the way.
Correct. Lost and found is located right here at the announcer's booth. Right here. Right here. Is lost and found. So if you do happen to find the missing debit card and or ID, please return it so we can get it to its rightful owner. A lot of us are here on vacation, and you kind of need those. It's a little handy to have your ID and your debit card. Yeah, an official timeout going on. Very good gameplay this far. We've seen this. There's been a pretty good pattern going on. The games are really, really tied all the way until the first break, and it seems like right after the first timeout, official timeout, whatever break we get of the first half of play, the team that re-strategizes the best comes out, and they just hang some points up.
But we also have a very full penalty box. It's not entirely full, but we have 2 blockers for Tilted Thunder. That's Smolderine and Honey Badger in the penalty box. And for Arizona, we have a blocker and a jammer. Hollywood, the jammer in the previous jam, now in the penalty box along with Abby Arsenic of Arizona. So we'll have a 3-on-2 pack advantage for Arizona. But Tilted Thunder on the power jam with Shadow Breaker running into the pack, almost wide open. Only go. What's her name? What?
Could have her going. She's going on the top side of the track. Big jam right here. This is for not all the marbles. This is an opportunity for a point swing power jam scenario on the track.
Ellie Mayhem putting a stop to that.
Very
but a ham on the bone now trying to open up something for her jammer. Shadow Breaker still in the back of the pack. But Hella Rude trying to get around Sobriety Test, takes out Sobriety Test, and Sobriety Test takes out Shadow Breaker. But all 3 of them scramble up, and Shadow Breaker wins the race, gets out of the pack. But that took so much time, we may have another perfect penalty kill.
Tick-tock goes the clock. 5 seconds left. All Twisted Thunder has to do is slow down. Arizona keeping the speed up. Checks the jammer with a hit to the inside. That was a close one. The referees are going to discuss that. They give her the 4 points. 4 points.
All 4 points. And that was a side swipe. She just took herself right into the inside blocker. I think that was hella rude, and shouldered her way in, but did not get a penalty. No, that was a clean hit and got her hips in front of that player. 4 points. So close to a perfect penalty kill again.
On that note, I'm going to read the disclaimer. Myself and Bulldog, we are not referees. Not referees. We're announcers. We're here to be entertaining, so we want to let you know what we think is going on, not the official calls out there. We will give you the official rules as soon as they're handed down. But right now, that is Crozo the Clown, the Jammer.
Crozo the Clown hits the pack on her first scoring pass. Bloody Gumdrop is going to get out. Not going to give up her jammer point, but Crozo takes all 4 points. That brings them to 11, only 3 points behind the number 2 seed, Arizona Derby Dames.
Yeah, we saw the score it was 2-14 at one time this game, and imagining that enough, they were able to grind back in. Very good game being played this one. This is going to be the first half we haven't seen just incredible bangerangs of points get hung over and over and over again. Not that I'm missing that, but I so sincerely enjoy defensive hitting roller derby action. The jammers are fun, and they're great to watch and go around the points, but when you're here at a nationwide tournament, you need to be impressed by the blocker play that is going on.
Very impressive play, but right now we have a team timeout called by Tilted Thunder Railbirds. They're in the red jerseys. Over there in the blue jerseys, that's the Arizona Derby Dames. That's the number 3 seeds, Tilted Thunder. Number 2 seeds, Arizona. So Arizona favored in this game, but right now only 3 points separating the two teams. That's bloody Gumdrop in the penalty box. So when we come back from this timeout, it will be a power jam for Tilted Thunder.
Okay, timeout. What? Bloody. No, that wasn't me. I didn't announce it. It's not bloody gut drops. It's goody blood drops.
Goody blood drops. I got them backwards.
Look, I'm giving you an award for the most easiest, difficult derby name ever. I've had millions of derby girls I've announced for. I've never goose trooped a name worse than that. Goody blood drops. Jeez.
I was riffing. That's what I was doing. I totally. That was on purpose. See. You're going to hear many variations on now.
Look, I gave her the disclaimer last game.
Goody blood drops.
Okay. That is it. That is Miss Blood Drops in the penalty box. But on the track is a roller derby action. We got a power jam scenario. The artist formerly known as Bloody Gun Drops. Okay, back.
All right, we got a jam going on. Ham on the bone. I'm definitely sure that's right. Ham on the bone, jamming for Tilted Thunder. Runs into a 3-wall at the front. That's Nikki Badass, Holly Hood, and Craven Cadaver. They can't stop her. Ham on the bone finds that inside lane and gets out for lead. But that took up about half of the jam. Still on the power jam. Hits the pack on the first one. Nikki Badass is in the way, but Ham on the bone just rolls over her. Runs into a 3-wall at the front. Craven Cadaver has the rail line. Ellie Mayhem and Holly Hood backing her up, but they run out of room. The goat pen in the back. Nikki Badass can't get through Tilted Thunder. That buys Ham on the bone the free pass. She's going to get all 5 points. A 5-point power jam for Tilted Thunder.
And the goat strategy pays off again. We got ourselves a league change. Tilted Thunder. Tilted Thunder goes up by 2. 5.5 minutes left of the first half of play. Back to the roller derby action. Goody blood drops jamming. Goody blood drops jamming. Goody blood drops jamming.
Goody blood drops, not just jamming. She is tearing it up. Went straight through it. I don't think anyone even touched her. But you know what? Honey Badger rode the rail right through. She had to do a little bit of a squeeze job, but she got out.
And here comes Goody. Goody coming through the front of the pack. Splits the blockers in the front, right down the middle, and calls off the jam. Good cut, good call, good play, everybody.
I think she might have been working out some aggressions that she pent up in the penalty box and listening to us mangle her name. Sorry.
Massacre her poor name.
Official timeout called. But that was another lead change. Now it is Arizona back in the lead by 2 points, 18-16, with 4.5 minutes remaining in the first 15 minutes. Once again, only 30-minute games today.
Back and forth game on our hands. We saw Arizona come out and hang them high the first couple of jams. Tilted Thunder did a good job. They burned a timeout when they saw what was going on, regrouped during their timeout, and they came out with not necessarily a different game plan, just a different wrinkle to unfold against what they're seeing on the Arizona side. Good play by Tilted Thunder. I love seeing teams that are able to vary their play on the fly. Remember, this is a nationwide tournament. The people that are skating here today, the skaters you're seeing, are the creme de la creme of the leagues they come from. These girls are able to recognize the strategy that's being played, whether it's 3-wall in the front, 3-wall in the black, and how to adapt their team to fit that game. Very good derby. No, someone sent her a text and said we had it. I told her, no, I ain't talking about it. So I told them to bring it here, bring it right here. All right, into the timeout. Referees got the official timeout lined out. In the pack, Crozo the Clown is sitting in the penalty box. She's got one more in the box with her. Sobriety test in the box with her. That leaves us 4-on-2 with 2 jammers. But it doesn't matter. It's a foot race, folks. Oh.
Shadow Breaker gets out just ahead of Alien Mayhem, immediately calls us off the jam, and that ends that power pack. That releases her 2 teammates, and Tilted Thunder can come back in at full strength.
Perfect call. There is no way you skate that out. I don't care if the other jammer is still stuck in the pack and just released. You're down 2 in the pack. Go ahead, regroup. There's still plenty of time, and come back when you can get out there full strength.
Push-up brawl on number 9, jamming for Arizona Derby Dames. Honey Badger sneaks around the outside lane, just walks along the rail while everyone focused on push-up brawler gets lead jammer. And now we've got Square Ruthless and Tara Hoedown holding on as long as they can, but push-up brawler gets the free pass. But that buys a lot of time for Honey Badger to get into the pack. Runs into Abby, Arsenic, and Ballistic Buffalo. Sneaks, races up that inside lane. Gets only 2 points for Tilted Thunder. Oh, but look at that. Another penalty on the jammer for Arizona. Push-up brawler sitting in the penalty box. Another power jam for Tilted Thunder.
And what we have is a tie game. 3 minutes left of the first half. Your score is 18-18. Power jam on the way for the Tilted Thunder Railbirds. Tilted Thunder Railroad. The Railbirds pushing the power jam. No jammer on the track. This is strictly an offensive pass for Tilted Thunder finding the front of the pack. 3 girls left to beat. They pull a goat. She's free and clear. Lead jammer. Tilted Thunder. Ham on the bone. Ham on the bone coming around. This is going to be her points pass. All 4 of the Arizona girls built a solid wall in the front. The crack the pack strategy has started. Tilted Thunder going up, trying to find someone that they can get in that pack to try to slow down. Finds a gap, splits it. 2 girls left to beat. Trying to split the pack. She's going to make it, though. Ham off the bone. Blocker gets knocked to the inside. She does not have to get on behind her.
Raven Cadavers and Holly Hood on the top end, and we've got Goody blood drops holding the inside lane. But Ham on the Bone will get all 4 points, but that was still great defense by Arizona. They kept her to a single scoring pass particularly with that last-ditch effort by Ellie Mayhem, knocking him on the bone to the infield, forcing the recycle. But we got a lot of penalties out there.
A lot of penalties, a lot of action this game. Both these teams playing a very, very good brand of roller derby. This is what you expect to see in the next round of the tournament. We're going to be continuing on like this. Remember, we are still playing the loser side of the tournament all the way out to the fullest extent. We're going to take a winner from the loser side and the grand winner from the winner side. Let them mash it off for the championship game.
But Deadly Limbs looked like she was just off for a little jog in the country, taking the high road, and she doesn't even get touched. But there goes Smolderine, also out of the pack. So both jammers not having a lot of trouble. Of course, there's only 2-on-2 right now, so a lot of room around the edges.
Both jammers out, 2-on-2 in the pack. It was going to be a who can call it off first. I'm go ahead and call that a kill by both teams. With your skating 2 in the pack, that is a really hard type of derby to play. We see again the 3 wall of the Arizona girls getting built in the back before the jam. 1 in the front. Both jammers set up in the back. That is number 616. Craven Cadavers jamming for the Arizona Derby.
Ham on the bone back on the jammer line for Tilted Thunder as well. And we have less than a minute to go in the first half of this 30-minute game. Ham on the bone sneaks through the whole shadow breaker. Screened 3 Arizona blockers out of the way. Opened it up for Ham on the bone. She is out. And Craven Cadavers only now popping out of the Tilted Thunder defense.
And
Ham on the bone hit the pack, but was wiped out by Nikki Badass. Picks herself back up, looks over her shoulder, sees Craven Cadavers coming, but may not have called it in time. Looking for the score. 2 points for Ham on the bone. And it is 1 point for Craven Cadavers. Did nip one off the back of the pack.
what we have for us, folks, if they don't fill the jammer, is going to be a power jam. No power jam. Oh, the jammer's just hiding out back there. Jammer on jammer action, fresh out of the hole. Allie Mayhem takes the move, makes a cut. High, then low. She's out. Lead jammer goes to the Arizona Derby Dames. Allie Mayhem working a pack. Crozo the Clown working to get their she free and exits as well. The Tilted Thunderbirds are holding the front of the pack. Arizona Derby Dames are in the back of the pack.
Tilted Thunder moving up to the front of the pack, trying to hold on, but Ellie Mayhem goes through, slides through on her knees, calling off the jam as she does so. Now, she had to pick her knee up off the ground in order to legally call it off. But Tilted Thunder made it hard for her, but she looking for the points.
Know what?
That was the last jam, so we always have our the last jam for the half. We're going to have our referee convocation before that. And also, all Annihilate Ya got ejected. That was number 772 for Arizona.
I'll annihilate you. They're going to miss her. She did some work the first part of this game. But what we are going to see is a second half of this game, folks. In 5 short minutes, we're going to be enjoying the second half of this game. The score at the end of the first half is 24 for Tilted Thunder.
That was only 3 points caught by Ellie Mayhem in that last jam.
And 22 for Arizona.
That means Tilted Thunder ahead at the half. So far, beating the prediction of the seeding. Arizona, of course, seeded number 2. Tilted Thunder seeded number 3 in this tournament. So far, Tilted Thunder beating the spread or beating the odds or beating the seed or what is it? What do you call that?
I don't know. Depends on how much money you got.
Exceeding expectations.
Expectations. There you go.
But we're gonna come back in about 4.5 minutes. What do you got to say, Coach D?
I'm ready to see these girls break the bracket. Let's get this on, folks. Good roller derby action throughout the first part of the tournament today. Remember, we're still continuing the tournament all day tomorrow. More girl-on-girl roller derby action to come all weekend long right here at the Monroe Fairgrounds. Yeah, that is right. After the game completes tonight, please do not leave. We're having an expo game. It is going to be a mashup of Tilted City. I can't call you Tilted. No, I guess. It's going to be a mashup of Tilted Thunder Girls. It's going to be the Tilted Thunder Roller Birds red versus purple matchup. Going to be being announced by Tiva and Murray Grande. Hey, I want to go ahead and send a thank you via the internet to everyone who's brought us here. The announcer crew, they invited us in, and we want to send a thank you to Murray and to all the other announcers here at Tilted Thunder. I genuinely enjoy coming and announcing with y'all. Thank y'all for inviting us in. We really, really enjoy this.
We still have not seen the missing driver's license or debit card. So if you find a driver's license and or a debit card that does not belong to you, please return it. And if you're the person who lost the driver's license and debit card and they have already been returned, please come and let us know so we can stop repeating this announcement. Thank you.
You know what I need? I need a beer. And I know where to get it. I'm going to get it at Hillier's Beer. And when I need cider, I go to Seattle Cider Company. That's seattlecidercompany.com. Or you can find them on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Seattle Cider Co. Okay, driver's license. Debit card has been found and returned. Thank everybody. Found and returned. All right, folks. Going to be returning to the second half of play here at the Monroe Fairgrounds. This bank track tournament is almost completed its first round.
And this is always the most suspenseful part of the game.
The 15-minute or the
No, the waiting for the whistle so they can take their start positions. You can see the looks on their faces sometimes are more intense than at any time before, during, or after a jam.
While everyone's waiting, I got to say that goody blood drops jamming for the Arizona team. Who's that?
Yeah, that's blue number 2 against Shadowbreaker. Shadowbreaker, number N7, sneaks up the inside lane, helped out by Bad Wolf and Ham on the Bone guarding that inside lane. But look at that goody blood drop getting out and chasing down Shadowbreaker. Now the pack slowly moving around turn 4. Shadowbreaker's going to come out with only a slight edge over Goody Blood Drop. She gets knocked out of bounds, annihilated.
And
Goody Blood Drop gets all the way through. Is going to get all 4 points.
And Goody Blood Drops called the jam off. Lead jammer position switched.
Did she get any points?
And that's no points for Tilted Thunder. The score has changed. Lead changed 24-26. Up by 2, Arizona.
MK Ultra, number 503, jamming for Tilted Thunder in the red. But Ellie Mayhem, number 1, just shoehorns her way between Smoldering and Honey Badger to get out. She is in lead position. But MK Ultra counter checks, push-up brawler, and slides past Deadly Limbs, last line of defense.
Allie Mayhem enters the pack, works through, easily slides across the top side, and calls it off. 4 points. 6-2-3. And that's going to be 6-1-6 jamming for Arizona. Craven Cadavers and Ham on the Bone on the jammer line. We have a full strength jam, 4-on-4 in the box, jammer on jammer action. Folks, full strength roller derby action. 6-point game. Arizona up right now. Waiting on the whistle.
And it looks like Holly Hood, number 623 of Arizona, also out of the game. So at this time, it appears that Arizona down 2 skaters.
And they pull a jammer. Timeout blue. The jammer stepped off the line. I didn't see a jammer in the box, so I was wondering what was going to be going on. Obviously, they had something that they saw that they did not like. So they call a timeout to give themselves a chance to regroup. Okay. And we got 1B. That was the jammer was ejected from the last jam. The jammer from Arizona got ejected on the last jam. That is correct. Ellie Mayhem is ejected from an accumulation of penalties. She will be down. And what that does mean is the jam we had coming up that was full strength is actually a power jam coming up for the Tilted Thunder Railbirds. Arizona up 6. They have a very good chance to throw down a penalty kill here and make sure that they get to keep their 6 points after this power jam.
However, only 4 penalties to get ejected from the game, and Arizona has already had 3 skaters ejected, including the jammer sitting in the box right now. That's Ellie Mayhem, number 1. Also, number 623, Holly Hood, and 772, I'll Annihilate You. So far, Tilted Thunder still has all 14 skaters.
And the game is going to start getting interesting now. Allie Mayhem was one of the main jammers on the rotation that we've been seeing. Ellie Mayhem has been one of the main jammers we've been seeing. Shut up. Ellie Mayhem's one of the jammers we've been seeing in the regular rotation for Arizona. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fill the gap in the rotation. Not saying they can't do it, because I've seen some incredible play come from that team already. Simply incredible play. And with the blocker play they've been getting, a good jammer might just be good enough.
I know, but Gaudy Blue Gums has been jamming very well for that. See what I did there?
Beautiful. Oh, I like it. I'm never going to do that. That's yours. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot stick. Okay, so the final ruling coming down from the referee is number 1, Ellie Mayhem, was the challenge. They were challenging the legality of the back blocking call. All calls and penalties stand. Therefore, Ellie Mayhem is ejected from the game. She will serve her penalty. They will skate the power jam as originally called.
So we will have a power jam, Ham on the Bone, back on the line for the Tilted Thunder Railbirds in the red.
Ham on the bone, fighting the power jam. Ham on the drum, trying to get through the pack. Doing a good job is Goody Goody. Blood drops. And all the other members of the pack. She finds an opening on the bottom side of the pack. Free and clear. 20 seconds off the clock is all it took for her to get out. Needs a little bit more effort on the penalty kill. They're doing a good job setting up a wall in the back. Arizona in the front. Tilted in the back. Tilted Jammer coming up. She's going to enter the pack. 4 wall. Big 4 wide fall. Beautiful wall in the front by Arizona. They come and crack the wall. Ham on the bone. Finding a gap. Working to get through. Finds the rail and just gets pinned on it. Can't get off the rail. She finds the bottom of the track, though. 3 girls left to beat. We've been seeing the 3 wall from Arizona be dominating all day long. This might not be one of the champs. She's free and out. 3, 2, and 1 into the jam.
That was a tremendous effort by Nikki Badass. That was who you saw trapping Ham on the bone against the rail. Finally, it took all three of the Tilted Thunder blockers to hold her in the goat pen, allowing Ham on the bone now to only fend off the other 3. And finally, Panda Face Killer and Craven Cadavers were unable to stop her. But still, Arizona so strong on defense, holding them to a single scoring pass on the power jam.
The penalties get handed down. The timeouts get handed down before we can talk about the penalties. Back to the penalties in that last jam. They did a really good job, Arizona, that is, with trying to kill the power jam. They did stop it to 1 scoring pass, although they penalized 2 girls out of the pack. 1 girl penalized out of the pack from Tilted Thunder. So we will be skating a 1-on-1 jammer, 2-on-3 in the pack. Advantage, Tilted Thunder.
Indeed. That is Creep Suzette in the penalty box for Tilted Thunder, number 13. And we got Panda Face Killer and Nikki Badass in the penalty box for Arizona. Oh, and we've got a late entry into the penalty box race. We've got Bad Wolf going over and taking her seat right next to Creep Suzette. So it's only going to be a 2-on-2 pack.
No advantage. That advantage that we called for Tilted Thunder has just been washed out. I guess the referees were trying to figure out if that penalty was legit, and they're going to rule that it was. They're going to bring her into the box. Jam is going to start. That was 1 and 2 penalties. 2 and 2 is correct.
That's actually Bad Wolf with a single penalty. Creep Suzette with 2. So she'll be sitting at 2 jams. However, over on the Arizona side, what? What is? I could be misreading that. Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay. Only sit out to 1 jam. Okay,
Correct.
that was.
There is no.
I was counting
There's
to 2
no
and
consecutive
thinking that meant,
penalties in roller derby. They all run concurrent. If you've ever been to jail, you know the difference between consistent and concurrent. Whatever. Shut.
Apologies if I caused any confusion. No, that's out of practice.
I confused myself without you, sir. No problem. Let's get back to the roller derby game. 3-on-4 in the pack. Advantage going to Tilted. Jammer on Jammer. Both underway. That's Craven Cadavers going in number.
That's Shadowbreaker.
Shadowbreaker on the top side of the track. One of the more resilient jammers I've had the privilege to watch tonight. Shadowbreaker hits the quick gallop and exits the pack. Lead jammer, Shadowbreaker.
That was a slingshot. She took a hold of Ham on the Bone's shirt and slung herself with so much speed. And now, right before she hits anyone, takes a spill. And that loses her some time. Buys time for Craven Cadavers to come up hot. But she's going to call off the jam just in time. No points, Arizona.
Yeah,
and only 2 points for Tilted Thunder. That is strong defense.
And I know she has to be upset about that. She scrubbed so much speed right when she entered the pack. She just couldn't keep her feet underneath her.
That is a lead change and a 1-point game. 10 minutes remaining in this game. Only 30-minute game. And this is to get into the semifinal. They're going to go against LA Derby Dolls.
The referee official timeouts continue.
We're already out of the first round of the bracket.
Right, but this is the semifinal.
Oh, yeah.
Because they still have that. That's the final. So that's the semifinal. That's the other semifinal.
So this is quarter, so we're in quarter.
I know, it's kind of confusing.
Your score. 30-31. Tilted Thunder up 1 point. We got a big old spread. We've been talking about big spreads all day long, folks. How easy it is to come back from a 15 or 20 point spread. We've had multiple lead changes this game. All game long, it has been back and forth. This is a doozy of a roller derby game we got going on tonight. It is not going to stop. 10 more minutes of roller derby action just as soon as the referees get done with the penalties. What we do have being called is a penalty on the jammer for Tilted Thunder. They also have a penalized pack player. And then we got 2 girls in the pack for Arizona is going to be sitting. So we're going to have a 2 on 3 in the pack. Advantage to the team with 2 pack players because they own the power jam. And it's
Goody blood drop.
goody blood drops jamming.
On the power jam. Oh, tries to move up the inside, but Smolderine hip checks her out of bounds. This time climbs up to the rail, knocks Crows of the Clown into Square Ruthless to get by. That was a double bank shot.
That was a bangerang. But what we do have is lead jammer. Goody blood drops. Comes, makes a good move on top of pass. Untouched, free and clear on that pass through. Coming back around. 30 seconds still left on the clock. She's going to put up multiple points. Multiple points coming up. Slides through. That's 1. And the points for the girls in the box. Not to the infield.
Crows of the Clown not going to get beat the second time around, but look at that pack work. Abby Arsenic and Panda Face Killer screening Crows of the Clown out of the way, but Smolderine and Square Ruthless still holding on at the front of the pack. Get Goody Blood Drop out of bounds, and so far still on her second scoring pass. Tilted Thunder is going to shut it down there. Time runs out. But it will be 9 points, 9 out of a potential 10 points for Goody Blood Drop.
Not bad at all when you do consider that's a lead change. Arizona now up 8. Your score 31-39. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the game clock. That is ticking away. We have jamming is going to be 2 jammers on the line. It's Deadly Limbs.
Jean-Claude Van Damsel jamming for Tilted Thunder. So 2 fresh jammer. Actually, no, Deadly Limbs jammed once before, and she did get out first for lead jammer. This is twice in a row for that jammer. But Jean-Claude Van Damsel coming out of the pack, now chasing down, and the pack moving briskly around almost as fast as the jammers. The jammers are going to have to race to catch up to the pack.
That works into Arizona's hands on this particular jam. They will enter the pack first, take their first point, and take it to the house. Jean-Claude Van Damme takes a small spill over the jammer. 2 points scored for the Arizona team. No points scored for the Tilted Thunder roller.
That was a nice shot by Sobriety Tess just in time. However, Deadly Limbs was able to get her hips just in front of that last blocker and picks up 2. Now we've got MK Ultra going against Craven Cadavers. Craven Cadavers for Arizona in the thick of the pack. MK Ultra at the back, trapped by Hella Rude and Nikki Badass. Gives them the slip and gets out ahead of Hella Rude. She is in lead position.
MK Ultra gonna push the apex hard. Takes the top of the track, cuts into the bottom around the corner, back to the top on the straightaway, and that's how the apex goes. Skates, checks a little bit of speed as she enters the pack, finds a 2-wall, scrubs a lot of speed. I've got to question the speed scrub. The opposing jammer is out, checking the pack. She fights through and calls off the jam.
Craven Cadavers not getting anywhere near the pack. And 3 points. 3 points for Tilted Thunder. That puts him at 35 points. but Arizona still ahead by 6 at 41 points, and we have less than 7 minutes to go in the game.
But 6 is too much. 6 is an insurmountable amount of points. There is no way to come back from being down 6.
I think that's mathematically correct. Yeah, absolutely. There's obviously, unless they score 6 points in another jam. That is, it just occurred to me. But now Goody Blood Drops is going to try and make it a little bit more difficult for Tilted Thunder. Gets out first, but Ham on the bone. Fighting the 3-wall in the front, but getting nowhere as Goody Blood Drops runs into the pack. Ducks under sobriety test. Gets caught on the straightaway by Bad Wolf. Both teams are fighting to the mat for every single point, every single position in this game.
And we're going to have a timeout being called, folks. The game is starting to get gritty. A little bit gritty. That is okay. We enjoy gritty here at Roller Derby. That is what Roller Derby is about. These girls are getting after it. Very good game on our hands. With the time stopped at 5:46, your score, a whopping 35 to 45. 10-point spread with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game. 6.
Yeah, official clock, official timer adjusted it to 6 minutes. That timeout was called at exactly 6 minutes, 6:00.
Okay, and they're going to...
Okay.
Okay, they had a scoreboard correction that get made. Official score is kept on the infield. It is then relayed to us out here on the scoreboard. So official score is kept inside. That was the correction made to the scoreboard on the outside from inside. Game should continue as normal. That is the 30 seconds to get on the clock. They're underway. Arizona does the same thing they've been doing. They fight for that exact position, not that necessarily the position, but they fight for their position on the track. Jamming is going to be...
Deadly Limbs jamming for Arizona in the blue against Smolderine, number 111 for Tilted Thunder, except that... And that's I guess in street parlance, that would be a do-over. There was a technical error at the beginning, not due to the skaters, but rather just simply officiating technical error. It happens sometimes. So we're going to move it back up to 6 minutes, and we'll have a do-over. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, slight score clock malfunction. We're trying to get corrected behind the scenes. They will have it corrected and have the time put up before we continue the game, folks. All right, scoreboard is corrected. The game will return just as soon as the referees blow their whistle.
But this will be jam number 25 coming up. The clock at 6 minutes exactly. The score 34 to 45. I think the only thing we have left to do is muck up the jam timer.
Correct. But we're not going to do that because we're professionals here. One jammer goes low, one jammer goes high, and one jammer finds the wall in the front, the other one finds the wall in the back. Not a whole lot going on except for body shuffling. What is about to happen is Arizona's jammer is fighting the top side of the pack, finds the open gap, and she is out. Lead jammer to the Arizona Derby Dames. That is...
But Smolderine gets out right behind her, shakes off Hellerud, and Deadly Limbs feeling the heat of Smolderine behind her, calls off the jam, no score. But always in roller derby, a tie always goes to the team with more points.
Absolutely, especially this late in the game. Not only is the team behind playing against other teams, they're also playing against the clock. Arizona would love nothing more than to win every lead jam from here on out and immediately call them off.
And right now it's Goody Blood Drop still in the pack, slammed to the infield, and there goes Shadow Breaker in lead position. And now getting even more space. There goes Goody Blood Drops, just avoiding a shoulder from sobriety test. But here's Shadow Breaker. So gets caught by Craven Cadavers, knocked to the infield, comes back in clean, racing to the front, but Goody Blood Drops gets into the pack. Shadow Breaker calls off the gem, but I don't know if she did it in time. No, 2 points for Arizona, but 4 points for Tilted Thunder. So a +2 for Tilted Thunder.
+2 on the jam for Tilted Thunder. Very good jam for them. They were able to keep the jam positive. Both jammers did score points, but props to Tilted Thunder. Points put on the board for them. We have a power jam coming up for Tilted Thunder, but of course, not before an official timeout.
Well, of course.
What that does mean is we need to officially talk about our sponsors. You're going to visit the Starbucks in Monroe. Starbucks in Monroe is located at the corner of Route 2 and 522 in Monroe. When you think about coffee, we want you to think Starbucks. Starbucks. Why'd you stop? All right. Little bit of love from the fans. Hey, folks, that's really, really good. But if you want to see something cool, the stars at night are big and bright. Wow, one person over here got that. Where's my Texas people at? Let's try that again. The stars at night are big and bright.
Somewhere around South Carolina, I think.
I guarantee
gorgeous sky out there on the East Coast.
I have friends on the internet right now in Houston screaming at the monitors deep in the heart of Texas. But we're in Washington.
Really? Is that right? I thought Montana's the big sky state. Yeah. I think
stars
so. I
at night
imagine the stars are pretty big and bright in Montana as well.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
I'm from Louisiana, man. Anytime you talk about Texas, I'm going to come right back at you, man.
Bro, just send me some boudin and crawfish and we'll have a party.
That's some good eating.
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of seafood here. Do they have crawfish in Washington? Can I get some mud bugs up here? No?
Well, you might be able to get them, but they don't know how to cook them.
Oh, yeah.
You can get all the gooey duck you want.
Gooey duck. That's clams. The last thing I want is a giant clam when I want a crawfish in my life. Gooey duck. You know what? We went to the market and we saw a gooey duck. That thing was gross. I can't believe y'all eat those. Gross. Just so you know, its name is gooey duck. Hey, fun food facts. Ready? A cantaloupe is actually called a muskmelon.
That's because they smell bad.
It's fun food facts. Yeah. Okay. Cantaloupe, muskmelon. Facts.
I prefer honeydew.
I as well.
Yeah.
And we're weird for it. Actually, everyone else doesn't know what the good stuff is.
And there it is, the race to starting positions.
The race has begun to fill the box. The jammers will be up here shortly, but the race is going on in the box right now.
Well, now it's one jammer on the line. That's Honey Badger. Number 32 of Tilted Thunder. That's Goody Goody Blood Drop. Number 2 of Arizona in the penalty box. Ham on the Bone, the blocker. So it's a 4-on-3 for Arizona.
At 3-on-4 in the pack. Power jam scenario coming up. Tilted Thunder gonna put some points on the board. 5-point game, folks. This is for the lead change, if not a tie, if not for the lead change.
Hella rude. The last line of defense for Arizona, not able to hold back Honey Badger, and now we've got Killin May Smalls gets wiped out as Honey Badger passes her, and Honey Badger slips right between Push Up Brawler and Nikki Badass, gets that first pass, and this is still a power jam. That is enough. If she got all 5 points, that's enough to tie the game. So this could put Tilted Thunder ahead.
This is going to put Tilted Thunder ahead. This is for the lead change, folks. 5 points on the board already, collecting the very last point she can get. Working the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The last points collected. 10 point.
And we are waiting for the official score report. And there it is, 10 points for Tilted Thunder. That puts them at 48 points. That is a lead change.
And home team in the lead. Breaking the bracket, folks. Remember, this is the number 2 against the number 3 seed. Number 3 seed is Tilted Thunder. They're going to break the bracket right now.
But Goody Blood Drops moves along the rail like a shadow and gets out just like that. Shadow, speaking of Shadow, Shadow Breaker getting through the pack past Panda Face Killer. But there's Goody Blood Drop racing, streaking past, just brushes off a shoulder from Bad Wolf, bounces off it, moves to the inside, calls off the jam, but good on Tilted Thunder. They held her in the pack. She's only going to get 3 points, not enough to tie it up.
Score is 48-46. Tilted Thunder still holding on by 2. No penalties called in the last jam. We're skating 4-on-4 in the pack. Jammer on jammer action and 2 minutes on the game clock.
Deadly Limbs jamming for Arizona. MK Ultra though moves up the inside, gets out for lead. Deadly Limbs slammed against the rail by Jean-Claude Van Damsel, and Square Ruthless finally shakes them off, but she's got a long way to go to catch up to MK Ultra. MK Ultra slams into the Nikki Badass on her first scoring pass, gets nowhere but gets screened around her by Smolderine halfway through the pack. Calls off the jam, but there's nothing but blue in the back there. Deadly Limbs. Well, we're going to wait for the official, as always, official score.
Referees are going to count it up. What we did see was MK Ultra put some points on the board for Tilted Thunder.
That was no points for blue, for Arizona, and 1. That was some good defense. That was some good defense by Arizona.
We're going to have 2 more jams left, at least 2 more jams in the game. 1 minute on the clock. We're not allowed to end in the time between jams. They're on the way. That is Goody Blood Drops jamming again.
Ham on the Bone gets out first again. Tilted Thunder dominating lead jammer for the last several jams in a row. I'm not going to count, but sobriety test. Also a column, a pillar of the defense for Tilted Thunder. And there goes Ham on the Bone. She gets by Ballistic Buffalo and Panda Face Killer. Calls off the jam, but she waits till the last second. 35 seconds left on the clock when she called off the jam. And Tilted Thunder not giving up any points again.
Officially stops at 31 seconds on the clock. Folks, we're going to have 1 more jam.
So that is 2 shutouts in a row. 6 more points on the board, 53-46. 7-point difference. But look at that. We have 2 Tilted Thunder skaters in the penalty box. 1 for Arizona.
I don't believe either of those is the jammer. I'm not seeing any jammer panties on anyone in the box, so it's a very good chance we're going to have a jammer on jammer last jam. There will be an advantage going to the Arizona team. It appears to be at this point. Referees have not handed down official penalties yet. But what we're spectating is Arizona is going to have a 1-girl lead in the pack, jammer on jammer. And 31 seconds left. Folks, did I mention this is the nationwide big track roller derby tournament? Perfect action going on. 7-point game.
But more importantly, who is going to win the race to starting positions?
Let's see. The initial win and Jocelyn goes to, I give it to them both. They both found what they wanted. Not a lot of jostling going on in the pack. Jammer on jammer is going to be Goody Blood Drops jamming against.
That's Honey Badger.
Honey Badger. But Lead Jammer is Arizona. Out. 7 points is what she needs. She's got 50 seconds left to do it. Jammer's on the way. Honey Badger trying to get out. She is free and clear. Honey Badger's gone. Coming around. This is a points pass. 10 seconds left on the game clock. Goody Gumdrox is going to have to ride it to the end.
And that was a no pass, no penalty. The jam referee for Tilted Thunder says no. That was a no pass, no penalty. This is last jam rules. Time ran out, and we've got Goody blood drops, only making one scoring pass. But we're going to, of course, have the referee convocation.
I'm a little curious to see why. She was getting some direction from her teammates on the inside to call the jam off. The only reason I could see that happening is if the referee somewhere during the course of the jam had called a penalty and we're going to have another jam and they knew it. Because the time was 0. They were still down 3 points, even with the opposing jammer coming in.
7 points behind. They needed at least 2 scoring passes no matter what happened, even if it was a power jam. And yet the jam was called off. Maybe they thought there was time to call it off with time on the clock and force of last jam. But that score is final. No penalty called on the Tilted Thunder jammer, even though that still wouldn't have helped Arizona. But Arizona called it off, and they still had 3 points to go.
The bracket is broke. Congratulations, we broke the bracket. Your winner, the underdog, the number 3 seed, taking down the number 2 seed. Tilted Thunder knocking down Arizona. Arizona to the loser brackets. Tilted Thunder advancing on to the semis.
That means that Tilted Thunder does what they did. I talked to them before. They did not think they thought they were just going to be scraped off the track in the second half, but no, that is not what happened. Tilted Thunder came back, hung on just long enough, and stayed in the lead, and they have moved on. They're going to be playing against LA Derby Dolls tomorrow, and Arizona moves into the lower bracket, and they're gonna have to claw their way back into the final.
Correct. We are playing a dual-sided tournament. Just because they lose does not mean this is double elimination, but all props to Tilted Thunder for breaking the bracket. Folks, you don't see it often, but when you do, you see it right here on the bank track.